Chapter 115, Chapter 115 Challenging the Second Bronze Rank. At this moment, the Duanmu family members in the White Tiger Hall were also dumbfounded. After a long while, someone finally shouted, "Stop! Lu Ming, you bastard! Why aren't you stopping? Duanmu Yuncheng has already been defeated. Why are you still not stopping? That's right. If you don't stop, you'll be breaking the rules." Breaking the rules? Lu Ming sneered. Duanmu Yuncheng did not die. He did not admit defeat. How am I breaking the rules? You. The people from the Duanmu family were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Bang! Next, he sent Duanmu Yuncheng flying with another spear strike. At this moment, the four principals had different expressions. The deans of the Black Tortoise Hall and the Azure Dragon Hall gloated and watched the show. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster's expression was extremely dark, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. The happiest person was, of course, the Vermilion Bird Hall's director. He scratched his beard with all his might and grinned. Carefree, this was too carefree. Admit defeat. Duanmu Yuncheng, quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall shouted. However, Duanmu Yuncheng was already in a daze. How could he call out? Lu Ming pulled the trigger a few more times before Duanmu Yuncheng fell heavily to the ground. His entire body was convulsing. White foam and blood were mixed in his mouth and kept flowing out. His skin and flesh were split open, and more than a dozen bones were broken. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming deliberately controlling his strength. Otherwise, he would have been whipped to death with one shot. Lu Ming stepped on Duanmu Yuncheng's body and looked down at him. Duanmu Yun only regained his senses after rushing for a long time. He was scared out of his wits when he saw Lu Ming in front of him. Like a young girl who had been defiled, he shrunk his body and shrieked, Don't hit me." As he shouted, snot and tears flowed down his face. He was really scared of being slapped. When the spear hit his body, the pain was simply soul deep. "Didn't you want me to suffer 10 times worse than Lu Hui? What, where did the awe-inspiring presence from before go?" Lu Chang looked at Duanmu Yuncheng and said indifferently. No, I won't dare to do it again. Just take it as I'm farting." Duanmu Yuncheng shouted. Ha ha ha. Duanmu Yuncheng's appearance made everyone burst into laughter. The Duanmu family's disciple's face was extremely dark. This was too embarrassing. "Duanmu Yuncheng, hurry up and admit defeat." Someone from the Duanmu family shouted. "I admit defeat, yes, I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Duanmu Yuncheng shouted. It inevitably caused another round of laughter. "Lu Ming, Duanmu Yuncheng has already admitted defeat. Why don't you move your foot away?" Someone from the Duanmu family called out. "Oh. Good." Lu Ming smiled, moved his leg, and suddenly kicked. Duanmu Yuncheng let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He rolled dozens of times on the fighting ring before coming to a stop. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? Duanmu Yuncheng has already admitted defeat, yet you still attacked. You have already broken the rules. We must capture you and punish you according to the sect's rules." A Silavira-ranked disciple of the Duanmu family roared. "Foul! You must have misunderstood. Just now, it was Duanmu Yuncheng who was blocking my feet. When I lifted my foot, he was sent flying. It's all his fault. Why did he lie by my feet for no reason?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "You. Lu Ming, you." The disciple of the Duanmu family trembled in anger. He felt as if he was suffocating and almost spat out blood. Previously, Duanmu Yuncheng had treated Lu Hui in the same way. Now, Lu Ming had used it all on Duanmu Yuncheng. It was really difficult for them to refute him. "Ha, Lu Ming, you're really too much. You're not even careful when you walk. You must be more careful next time. Ahaha. The Vermilion Bird Hall principal stroked his beard and laughed heartily. The disciples from the other halls were speechless when they saw the Vermilion Bird Hall chief laughing. Wasn't your carefreeness too obvious? This battle, Lu Mingsheng. The Esilavira-robed elder announced on the fighting ring. Mighty senior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu is invincible. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were so excited that they were trembling. They could not hold it in any longer and started screaming madly. It felt good, too good. It was like drinking a glass of cold beer in the middle of the summer. It felt so good that it went straight to the bone. Previously, Duanmu Yuncheng had been so arrogant. But now, he was like a dead dog. It was simply too satisfying. In particular, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, Feng Wu, and the others were flushed with excitement. At this moment, the people from the White Tiger Hall had already carried Duanmu Yuncheng away. Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming was about to turn and leave, a deafening roar rang out from the White Tiger Hall. Lu Ming turned around and saw a young man in a fiery red robe looking at him with a cold expression. Duanmu Yunyang, that's Duanmu Yunyang. He was the newcomer king 3 years ago. What is he doing? Someone exclaimed. Duanmu Yunyang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Information about Duanmu Yunyang appeared in his mind. Duanmu Yunyang, the new disciple king 3 years ago, was now ranked second on the bronze ranking. Unfortunately, he was being suppressed by Zhang Muyun, who was in the same batch as him. It was difficult for him to get first place. Some people said that Zhang Muyun was the true king in that episode. Duanmu Yunyang had only won the title because of the number of members in the Duanmu family. Why? Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Lu Ming, you're really bold. Perhaps you don't know how big of a mistake you've made. Lu Ming, you better pray that you don't meet me later on. Otherwise, I'll make you lose very badly. It's very ugly. Duanmu Yunyang coldly said. He especially emphasized the words, very ugly. The disciples of the Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and Vermilion Bird Halls were all shocked. Especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, their faces were even uglier. Duanmu Yunyang had his eyes on Lu Ming. Although Duanmu Yunyang was being suppressed by Zhang Muyun, it was undeniable that his combat strength was extremely powerful. He was almost invincible among his peers. There were even rumors that Duanmu Yunyang had once defeated a first-grade great martial master. This was crossing a major realm, not a small level. The strength of his battle prowess could be said to be terrifying. No one would think that Lu Ming was Duanmu Yunyang's match. Perhaps it would only be possible after a year or two. But now, it was impossible. Mulan, Feng Wu, and Hua Qi were all worried. Pang Shi was the only one who was waving his arms and shouting that he believed in Lu Ming. Oh, really? I wish I could meet you. I want to see how you're going to make me lose so badly. Don't be like Duanmu Yuncheng, who only knows how to clamor. Yes, Lu Ming replied indifferently and domineeringly. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to challenge Duanmu Yunyang. Where did he get the guts to do so? In the Azure Dragon Hall area, a man and a woman stood side by side. Among them, the man was wearing a blue robe. He had a slender figure, black hair hanging down loosely, sword-like eyebrows, and eyes like stars. He was just casually standing there, but he had an extraordinary aura, like a king on patrol. He was Zhang Muyun, ranked first on the bronze rank. Next to him was an extremely beautiful woman. She was Zhuoyirong, who was ranked 7th on the bronze rank. Brother Mu Yun, what do you think of Lu Ming? Zhuoyirong asked. He's extremely talented and a dragon among men. However, he's still young and full of youthful vigor. In 2 years, he'll be a great opponent for me. Zhang Muyun smiled. It's rare for you to think so highly of me, big brother Mu Yun, but isn't it great to have a worthy opponent in life? Zhuo Yirong asked, a little surprised. Yirong, you know me best. Zhang Muyun said with a smile. Chapter 116, Newcomer King, Newcomer King. Lu Ming did not say much to Duanmu Yunyang. He turned around and walked down the fighting ring. Lu Ming, thank you. When Lu Ming returned to the Vermilion Bird Hall, Lu Hui cupped his fists and thanked him. You don't have to thank me. I'm not just standing up for you. I just can't stand the Duanmu family's attitude. Besides, the Duanmu family and I have a grudge against each other. Lu Ming said with a smile. Look. You don't like it? Lu Hui and the other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were stunned. Just because of this reason, he went up and ruthlessly beat up Duanmu Yunchong. They felt that they could not figure out Lu Ming's thoughts. The challenge continued. The competition was very intense, and everyone was fighting with all their strength. It was already night time when all the challenges ended. Including Lu Ming, there were a total of 5 people who succeeded in the challenge, replacing 5 of the previous 30 people. At this time, the top 30 students from the various academies had all been born. Only 5 people from the Vermilion Bird Hall had made it into the top 30. The Onyx Tortoise Hall was just as miserable as the Vermilion Bird Hall, with only 5 people. The Azure Dragon Hall had 8 members, while the White Tiger Hall had Tolavir members. It was worth mentioning that among the 4 newcomers who had received a lot of attention this time, Feng Xinglia had already been eliminated. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had entered the top 30 as a dark horse. As for the other 2, Ling Kong, the newcomer king from 2 years ago, and Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king from 3 years ago, they had naturally entered the top 30 with ease. Feng Fenglai is still too young. He's been in the sect for less than 2 years. It's normal for him to be eliminated. That's right. However, if Feng Fenglai doesn't break through to the martial grandmaster realm in a year or 2, the battle of the bronze rank will be his. That's the normal speed. But what about Lu Ming? Everyone was chatting, but they all thought of a name, Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just entered the sect this year, but he had made it into the top 30. Lu Ming. He's abnormal and can't be calculated according to common sense. Everyone could only comfort themselves with this reason. Today's competition had ended, and it would continue on the second day. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the rest returned to the dormitory. After a night of silence, they returned to the competition's location the next morning. Now, the top 30 will come up to draw lots. The host was still the Asilavira-robed elder from yesterday. The rules were the same as yesterday. The Asilavira-robed elders would randomly pick 15 people, and these 15 people would then pick the names of the other 15 people. This time, Lu Ming drew number 12. Number 12. It seems like I've finally met a strong opponent. Lu Ming's lips curved into a smile of anticipation. To be honest, he didn't even use his full strength in the previous battles. After the registration, Lu Ming walked towards his seat. Lu Ming, which number did you draw? Mulan asked impatiently as soon as she returned. Today, Mulan did not sit with her grandfather. Instead, she was squeezed together with Feng Wu, Pang Shi, and the others. Naturally, their area was filled with the male Vermilion Bird Hall disciples. Number 12. Lu Ming smiled. Number 12. Azure Dragon Hall's Gu Qing. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the others' expressions changed upon hearing this name. Lu Ming, remember, you just have to do your best. Even if you lose, it's worth it to gain something. Mulan heaved a sigh. Senior Sister Mulan, from your tone, it sounds like I'm going to lose for sure. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. What's wrong? Do you really think you can win against Gu Qing? Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Ming. Even if I can't win, can't you just cheer me on? Lu Ming did not answer her directly. Instead, he asked her a question and sat down. However, there was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. This guy. What kind of trump card is he keeping? Mulan glared at Lu Ming for a while, as if she wanted to see through his secret. The first match officially begins. Number 19, Pu Sikhong, versus number 15, Ling Kong. The Asilavira-robed elder announced. Following the Asilavira-robed elder's announcement, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Ling Kong has come out. He's actually going against Pu Sikhong. A battle between the strong. This match is going to be interesting. I don't think so. Ling Kong hasn't fought for half a year. No one knows how strong he is now. However, there's no doubt that Ling Kong has the chance to enter the top 10 this time. It might even be possible for him to enter the top 6. Yeah, the rookie king from 2 years ago is about to be crowned. Two young figures stepped onto the fighting ring under everyone's gaze. Ling Kong was a bald young man of 17 or 18 years old. His muscles were bulging, and he was filled with explosive strength. He carried an iron rod on his back, and his eyes revealed a beast-like glint. This was Ling Kong, the newcomer king from 2 years ago, the peerless genius of the White Tiger Hall. However, he was not a member of the Duanmu family. Across from Ling Kong was a handsome young man named Pu Sikhong. He was ranked 19th on the bronze list and was definitely a master. However, Pu Sichong's expression was extremely grave. Pu Sikhong, I advise you to admit defeat. You are not my match. Ling Kong said with a grin. His words were arrogant, but in reality, no one felt that he was arrogant. They only felt that Ling Kong's words were natural because he had the strength to do so. Pu Sichong's eyes flashed, and he said with determination, Ling Kong, if you want me to admit defeat, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Oh. Since you're so insistent on fighting, then you should be prepared to get injured. Sometimes, I can't control myself. Ling Kong grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Then take this. Bang! As soon as Ling Kong finished speaking, a vicious light appeared in his eyes. Like a beast, he quickly pounced towards Pusi. Chi. The sharp claw light covered Pu Sichong's body. Pu Sikhong unsheathed his long sword, and the sword chi shot up to the sky. Boom! Boom! The claw radiance in the air collided with Pu Sichong's sword chi and both dissipated. You have some skills, but that's all. Let's end this. A cold voice rang out in the air, and a baleful aura spread out from his body. Like a beast in human form, he pulled out the metal rod on his back and smashed it at Pu Sikhong. This strike was earth-shattering and had an imposing aura. Pu Sikhong exploded with all his strength, but he still couldn't block it. He was sent flying dozens of meters, his body trembling, and he spat out blood. He was defeated in 2 moves. In fact, he was defeated in 1 move. The difference between Pu Sichong's strength and Ling Kong's was too great. Ling Kong is too powerful. He'll definitely be able to get into the top 10. This time, there will definitely be some changes in the top 10. On the grandstand, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Ling Kong was indeed powerful. He could not tell how strong he was. This is more interesting. Then, a trace of fighting spirit flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Ling Kong wins. Next round, number 17 versus number 2. The Asilavira-robed elder announced. Chapter 117, Chapter 117 Flame Cage. Wasn't number 2 Duanmu Yunyang? Duanmu Yunyang's opponent was number 17, Du He. His strength was even stronger than Pu Sichong's. However, the difference between him and Duanmu Yunyang was too great. 1 blade. With just 1 blade, Du He had been defeated. He had been completely defeated. He did not even have the power to fight back. Duanmu Yunyang's blade was extremely terrifying. It seemed as if it could split the heavens and earth. No one knew how much of Duanmu Yunyang's strength he had used in this attack. However, There was no doubt that it was extremely terrifying. The competition continued. It was even more intense than before. Those who could enter the top 30 were all extremely strong. Some two people with similar strength clashed, and the battle was extremely fierce. There was even a battle that took nearly 1,000 moves before the victor was decided. But there were also some battles that were completely one-sided. For example, Zhang Muyun had casually dealt with his opponent with a single palm. Bu Xingkai, who was ranked 3rd on the bronze list, and Duan Gang, who was ranked 4th, had also defeated their opponents with one move. What caught Lu Ming's attention was Bu Xingkai, as he was also a spear user. Moreover, he was a genius from the White Tiger Hall. Although the mystical sword sect was known as the Sword Sect, and there were many who used swords, there were also many who used other weapons. That was why there were so many first places. For example, Zhang Muyun was known as the #1 sword among the bronze disciples. Duanmu Yunyang was known as the first blade. Bu Xingkai was called the first spear. Number 51, Lu Ming, versus number 12, Gu Qing. The Esilavira-robed elder announced. Gu Qing, Lu Ming's opponent this time is Gu Qing. It seems that this is the end for Lu Ming. However, as a new disciple, it's already amazing that he can reach this stage. If Lu Ming is defeated, he will definitely be defeated. But how many moves can Lu Ming take from Gu Qing? A few moves. In my opinion, 10 moves shouldn't be a problem. It's hard to say. I'm guessing it'll be within 10 moves. Lu Ming ignored the discussions around him. He stood up and walked towards the fighting ring. Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe in you. You will definitely win. Pang Shi shouted. He had blind trust in Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned to Pang Shi and smiled. Big Rock, with your words, I'm sure I'll win. After saying that, he laughed and walked forward. Where does this guy's confidence come from? Mulan pouted. This guy has always been overconfident. Feng Wu said. Although they said that, there was a flash of anticipation in the depths of their eyes. They were also looking forward to Lu Ming breaking their understanding again. When Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring, Gu Qing also stepped onto the fighting ring. The two of them stood opposite each other. Lu Ming could not help but size Gu Qing up. Gu Qing was dressed in a long purple robe and carried a long sword on his back. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a burning aura emanating from his body. Junior brother Lu Ming, although you're ranked at the bottom, I won't show any mercy to any opponent. You have to be careful. Gu Qing cupped his fists and was very polite. Senior brother Gu, feel free to use all your strength. If I can't withstand it and get injured, it's my fault for not being good enough. Lu Ming said. Alright, since that's the case, take this. Starfire Prairie Fire. Gu Qing unsheathed the long sword on his back. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword burst out with hundreds of sword chi. Each sword chi was fiery red and filled with a scorching intent, sealing off the space where Lu Ming was. It's here. It's Gu Qing's famous martial art, Starfire Prairie Sword Art. Black-grade low-level martial arts technique, Starfire Prairie Fire, sword chi is like a prairie fire, covering an extremely large area, and it's almost impossible to avoid it with movement techniques. Once you can't avoid it, you'll have to face wave after wave of continuous attacks, without end. I heard that Gu Qing specializes in one type of martial arts technique. He has already cultivated it to an astonishing 4th stage and has reached the point of perfection. Lu Ming, how many moves can you take? The disciples who were watching the battle stared at the fighting ring without blinking. The genius ranked 12th is indeed powerful. A black-grade low-level martial arts technique has actually been cultivated to the 4th stage. Gu Qing's body is definitely not weak either, at least reaching complete grade 1. Otherwise, he would not be able to strike so quickly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not stop and swept the long spear horizontally. Lan Yu. The crescent-shaped spear radiance flashed and produced a powerful force that destroyed the surrounding sword chi. However, a single spark could set a prairie on fire. Once the sword chi was extinguished, even more sword chi emerged and enveloped Lu Ming. Since I can't destroy it, I'll use a powerful force to break this sword technique. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He leaped up and pulled his long spear from the bottom to the top. Wherever the long spear passed, the sword chi was destroyed, revealing an empty area. Landslide. Then, Lu Ming executed the mountain crash from above. At the same time, the essential chi in his body gushed into the long spear wildly. The long spear trembled and was filled with an immense force. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th grade master realm. In addition, his essential chi was 3 times stronger and more condensed than other essential chi. In addition, his physical body was at the 2nd stage lower tier. Although Lu Ming did not unleash his full power, his strength was still extremely shocking. Even if it was a small hill, Lu Ming would have destroyed it with this shot. Boom! The long spear smashed down, and the sword chi was swept away. The violent chi smashed onto Gu Qing's sword, causing his body to shake violently, and he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. CSI. Gasps could be heard all around. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Lu Ming had actually broken Gu Qing's Starfire Prairie Sword technique with one shot. The method was brutal and direct, but it was also the most effective. Lu Ming is too powerful. How does he have such great power? Could it be that Lu Ming can win? Isn't this too unbelievable? The disciples of the 4 halls found it hard to remain calm. At this moment, Gu Qing's face was extremely serious, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Junior brother Lu Ming, your talent is really beyond my expectations. However, it's not that easy to defeat me. I can only use that move. I was planning to save it for the top 10, but it's not a waste to use it on you. Flame Cage. Gu Qing shouted, and his body suddenly shot up into the sky. Layers of red flames suddenly appeared on his body, as if his whole body was suddenly burning. Then, the flames swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body dodged continuously to avoid the flames. However, as soon as the flames landed on the ground, they started to burn. In an instant, Lu Ming's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. Junior brother Lu Ming, this is my secret skill, Flame Cage. If you can break this move, I'll admit defeat. Gu Qing's voice sounded. Secret art, what a wondrous secret art. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A secret skill was completely different from a martial skill. There was no difference in levels. However, each secret skill was extremely wondrous and difficult to cultivate. It also required some special conditions to successfully cultivate. Once it was used, it could greatly increase the strength of the martial artist. However, there were always losses. Secret skills also had various restrictions. For example, once some secret skills were used, the martial artist would fall into a weak state and be at the mercy of others. Gu Qing's secret skill was to burn his genuine chi as fuel, turning it into a flame cage. Unfortunately, how can flames stop me? Lu Ming's lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 118, The Reward for First Place. Immediately, Lu Ming's long spear started to wave rapidly. The long spear was brandished and the wind was strong. The fire-patterned spear in Lu Ming's hands seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. And NBSP, hoo. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The surrounding flames rose and fell with the movement of Lu Ming's long spear. In the end, they were driven by the long spear and turned into a huge fire dragon, dancing around Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the sea of fire with fire dragons dancing around him. He was like a god of fire who had descended to the world. Go! In the end, Lu Ming thrust his spear at the sky. A fire dragon soared into the sky, spiraling up and soaring into the clouds. After reaching a height of 100 meters, the fire dragon slowly dissipated and turned into energy, returning to the heaven and earth. On the fighting ring, where Lu Ming stood, there was no longer any flame. The flame cage was broken. Gu Qing was dumbfounded. He only reacted after a while and forced a smile. Junior brother Lu Ming is a genius, I can't compare to him. Thank you for showing mercy, junior brother Lu Ming. I admit defeat. If Lu Ming had aimed his spear at him just now, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead, given the weakened state he was in after casting the secret skill. I was lucky. Lu Ming said with a smile. I look forward to junior brother Lu Ming entering the top 10. Gu Qing cupped his fists and left the fighting ring. He won. Lu Ming had won again. The disciples of the four halls were already too weak to exclaim. They could only feel their lips trembling. In particular, those who had repeatedly thought that Lu Ming was going to stop and lose felt their faces burning hot as if they had been slapped dozens of times. In the area of the White Tiger Hall, Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's faces were so dark that they looked like they were about to drip water. In the depths of their eyes, there was even a flash of fear. Lu Ming's talent and speed of improvement had already made them a little frightened. No, he's still far from Duan Mulin's level. Lu Yao clenched her fists tightly as she warned herself over and over again. It seemed that this was the only way she could feel better. Lu Ming wins. The Esilavira-robed elder announced on the fighting ring. Naturally, the entire arena was in an uproar. Lu Ming smiled, walked down the Colosseum, and returned to his seat. How is it? Senior Sister Mulan, I've told you that you should believe me. You're the one who recommended me to come here. If you believe me, it means that you believe in your own judgment. Lu Ming said to Mulan triumphantly when they returned to their seats. You brat, it's still early. You can come and show off after you enter the top 10. At the sight of Lu Ming's smug look, Mulan gritted her teeth in anger. Of course, there was a flash of admiration in the depths of her eyes. Enter the top 10. What's the reward? Lu Ming asked. Reward? What kind of reward do you want? Mulan smiled. Senior Sister Mulan, I'll give you whatever reward I want. Will you be satisfied with it? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Mulan pouted her lips and rolled her eyes. She said, Lu Ming, you can satisfy any condition you want. Sure, unless you can come in first in this competition. First place. Senior Sister Mulan, didn't you say that? Lu Ming stared at Mulan with a faint smile. Looking at Lu Ming's eyes, Mulan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lu Ming can still get first place? Then, she shook her head. First place. It was impossible. The abilities of the top few students were terrifying. She was very clear that it was impossible for Lu Ming to get first place. Thinking of this, he felt at ease and smiled, all right, then it's a deal. First place. The others had similar thoughts as Mulan. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was very possible for him to enter the top 10. However, it was impossible for him to be in the first place. The competition continued, and it didn't take long for the rest of the competition to end. However, the top 15 had not been decided yet. Because there was still a challenge. This time, the elders would choose the one they thought was the strongest to fill in the 16th place. After that, they would choose 5 people to challenge. The winner would enter the top 16. Not long after, the spots were selected, and the challenge began. This time, no one challenged Lu Ming as he had displayed too powerful an ability. It was already evening when all the challenges ended. As for the top 16, they had already been announced. The White Tiger Hall was still in the lead, occupying 7 spots. The Azure Dragon Hall had 4, the Vermilion Bird Hall had 3, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall had it the worst with only 2 in the top 16. As expected, Gu Qing of the Azure Dragon Hall had fought his way back to the top 16, proving his strength. The top 10 geniuses all made it into the top 16. Today's competition had ended. The next morning, the competition continued. This time, it was still decided by drawing lots. This time, after the lots were drawn, the Asilavira-robed elder announced the name list for the duel. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Lu Ming against Ling Kong. That's right, it was a battle between the two newcomer kings. For example, the other powerhouses who were ranked higher didn't fight against each other. Naturally, the battle between Lu Ming and Ling Kong attracted a lot of attention. The entire audience was discussing the battle between Lu Ming and Ling Kong. They were all guessing who would win. Lu Ming's performance was too amazing. They did not dare to say that they would definitely win in the air. Under everyone's anticipation, the match began. Duanmu Yunyang was the first to go up, and his opponent was actually Gu Qing. This was a one-sided battle. Gu Qing had used all of his strength to cast the blazing cage, but it had been split apart by Duanmu Yunyang's blade. Duanmu Yunyang had won with an overwhelming force. Then, Zhang Muyun, Biu Xingkai, Duan Gang, and the others also went up one by one. They won without any suspense. On the other hand, Cheng Feichen had only managed to defeat his opponent after a bitter battle. Finally, it was Lu Ming and Ling Kong's turn in the 7th round. Chapter 119, Chapter 119 Secret Skill, Mad Beast Technique. Finally, it was Lu Ming and Ling Kong's turn in the 7th round. The atmosphere of the entire place was ignited. In the area of the White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, don't hold back when dealing with Lu Ming. It's best if you can cripple him. Duanmu Yunyang coldly spoke. Duanmu Yunyang, are you giving me orders? I'm telling you, I, Ling Kong, am not your Duanmu family's dog. Don't talk to me with that tone. Ling Kong grinned, his face filled with arrogance. Ling Kong, you. What did that mean? Lu Ming is the White Tiger Hall's enemy. Another youth from the Duanmu family said with an ugly expression. He is the enemy of the Duanmu family, not mine. However, I will give it my all. It's not because of the Duanmu family, but because Lu Ming is a good opponent. Ling Kong pouted and continued. With that, his figure flashed in the air and he rushed towards the fighting ring. This Ling Kong, relying on the grandfather of a gold-robed elder, is simply unruly. He's a scourge. A young man from the Duanmu family said. Don't worry, he'll have to submit to us sooner or later. Duanmu Yunyang sneered. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Ling Kong stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, good luck. Senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples shouted and cheered for Lu Ming. Ling Kong, invincible, go Ling Kong. Senior brother Ling Kong beat Lu Ming up. He will definitely win. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall were not to be outdone, and they also shouted. After that, the disciples from both sides began to glower at each other. The competition had not even started, but the disciples from both courtyards were already at daggers drawn. Lu Ming, I know you're still hiding your strength. Your blood has never erupted before. Show me all your strength. I won't show you any mercy. He looked at Lu Ming from above, his eyes filled with wildness. I can't ask for more. Lu Ming smiled. Good, ha. Ling Kong laughed. The two of them looked at each other. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. The fighting ring rumbled and the two figures rushed at each other. Demonic Wind Staff Technique Mountain Split. Fire Gun Art Mountain Crash. The iron rod in the air and Lu Ming's long spear collided heavily. Clang. As if two ancient demons had collided, an earth-shaking boom was heard. At the point where the spear and the iron rod met, two rays of light, one red and one yellow, exploded violently, forming a huge storm that swept in all directions. The surrounding grandstands, even if they were a few hundred meters away, still felt like a strong wind was blowing, and people were almost blown away. This. Wasn't he too strong? What kind of power was this? Is this still the strength of a master realm? Some of the disciples were horrified. It was just a single move, but the power was terrifying. In the fighting ring, the two exchanged a blow and both retreated 7 or 8 steps. What a powerful force. Ling Kong's body is even stronger than mine. It has already reached the 2nd grade upper tier, and his profound level martial skill has also reached the peak of the 4th stage, no weaker than mine. It seems that I can't win against him with only 60% of my strength. Lu Ming's mind was racing. The strength of Lu Ming's essential chi far exceeded that of an average peak 9th grade master. In the previous confrontation, he had only used 60% of it at most. Alright, again. It roared in the air and its muscles squirmed. Like pieces of iron, it rushed toward Lu Ming at high speed. Then 70%. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot and his body dashed out like a gust of wind. Clang! There was another violent explosion. This time, he retreated in the air, but Lu Ming only swayed a little. Lu Ming has the upper hand. Is he going to win? It's not that easy, just wait and see. Boom! After retreating in the air, he charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast that had gone mad. Clang! Clang! The two of them continued to exchange blows. Ling Kong was forced back each time, but he would charge forward again in the next moment. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Everyone present held their breath and watched without blinking. Some of the younger ones were even more excited. It was too exciting and violent. The two of them directly met force with force. It was simple and violent, but it was the most shocking. In the area of the 4 courtyards, there were some people who had extremely grave expressions. For example, Su Song who was ranked 8th, Dong Ce who was ranked 9th, and Lei Dong who was ranked 10th. This was because the strength that the two of them had displayed was already close to their own. Clang! With another move, he was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. This time, he did not continue to attack. Ha, awesome, awesome, this is too awesome. Lu Ming, you're not like those sissies who wield an embroidered sword and learn some slimy body techniques. You're not like a man at all. I must treat you to a drink after this competition. Ling Kong laughed. Alright, I'll be waiting for your wine. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Such a direct collision also made Lu Ming's blood boil. However, Lu Ming, if this is all you have, I'll be the winner of this round. Ling Kong said as he licked his lips. Boom! Soon after, Ling Kong's body flashed with a blood-red light as his bloodline exploded. His bloodline was a 6th-level bloodline. In the mystical sword sect, most of the top geniuses had a 5th-grade bloodline. Only an extremely small number of people had bloodlines of the 6th rank. It was as fierce as the wind, as high as the sky. There was not a single person with a rank 6 bloodline in this batch of newcomers. Before Lu Ming rose to power, many people said that this year's batch was the weakest in recent years. Of course, everyone who said that now kept their mouths shut. Pai li pa la. At the same time as Ling Kong's blood vessels burst out, his body actually let out a sound like beans being fried. Soon after, Ling Kong's muscles wriggled, his bones shifted, and he actually began to swell. In just a few breaths' time, Ling Kong's body had grown several times in size. He was like a giant ape, and a violent and fiendish aura emanated from him. Mad Beast Technique, Secret Technique, Mad Beast Technique. Ling Kong actually mastered the Mad Beast Technique. With Ling Kong's strength and the Mad Beast Technique, how terrifying would he be? This is the strength of the top 5. A series of exclamations came from the stands. It's actually the Mad Beast Technique. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This was something that Hua Qi had not recorded. The Mad Beast technique was a secret technique that allowed one to transform into a beast and increase one's strength by a large margin. However, its weakness was that it didn't last long and placed a huge burden on the body. After using it, the body would be weak for a period of time. Receive my attack. He roared in the air and charged at Lu Ming like a giant ape. His speed was much faster than before. The eruption of his bloodline and the Mad Beast technique had more than doubled Ling Kong's combat strength. Boom! The thick iron rod smashed down on Lu Ming. The metal cudgel smashed through the air, producing a rumbling sound. It was extremely terrifying. In that case, I'll use 100% of my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and the essential qi in his body suddenly burst out. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with a terrifying aura. Streams of extremely powerful essential qi wrapped around him. Buzz! 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 At this moment, Zhang Muyun, Duanmu Yunyang, Biyu Xingkai, and Duan Gang all stood up from their seats. Chapter 120, Entering the Top 10. Zhang Muyun, Duanmu Yunyang, Biyu Xingkai, and Duan Gang stood up at the same time. The three people behind them looked especially serious. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear swept out and once again collided with the iron rod in the air. The strong qi spread out and stirred up gusts of strong wind. Some of the disciples at the front of the stands with slightly weaker cultivation were directly swept up by the strong wind. If it were not for the help of the disciples with higher cultivation, they would have been blown away. It was too terrifying. This attack had already surpassed the realm of martial masters and reached the realm of great martial masters. After a loud noise, the two figures separated at the same time and slid back more than 10 meters. This power is really strong. Let's continue. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he continued to rush forward. Again. He roared in the air and pounced at Lu Ming again. Clang! The two of them collided again. The two of them separated after one strike and then clashed again. Clang! Clang! On the fighting stage, it was as if two ancient gods were bombarding each other. The terrifying collision sounds were deafening, and those with lower cultivation had to use their martial arts to resist. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of two new generation kings? Only the top 5 of the bronze rank can have such combat strength, right? That's right. Those who are ranked 5th on the bronze list are definitely not this powerful. The most terrifying one is still Lu Ming. He just joined this year. It's really shocking. I wonder if Lu Ming can break senior brother Feng Wuji's record. Back then, senior brother Feng Wuji managed to get to the 5th place as a newbie in his first year. Just wait and see. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Clang! Clang! The explosions continued, and after exchanging hundreds of moves, the two of them separated and stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, I've lost. Ling Kong sighed. Suddenly, his body trembled and he fell to the ground, panting heavily. Whether it was the Mad Beast technique or the bloodline explosion, they couldn't be maintained for too long. At this moment, the time was up. As Ling Kong admitted defeat, the crowd boiled over, especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples who were shouting Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming's victory basically meant that he had entered the top 10. This time, the Vermilion Bird Hall might have 2 people in the top 10, which was already very good. They would definitely not be at the bottom. In the past 7 to 8 years, the Vermilion Bird Hall had always been at the bottom. Lu Ming, if there's a chance in the future, let's fight again. Ling Kong said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Ha ha ha. Ling Kong laughed as he walked down the fighting ring and went back to his normal self. He might have another match next. Lu Ming came down from the fighting ring. After that, another match continued. It didn't take long for the competition to end. After the competition ended, it was the elders' turn to have a headache. This time, the elders were going to choose 2 of the strongest to make up for the top 10. Then, from the remaining 6 people, 3 people would be chosen as challengers to challenge the top 10 experts. If they could win, they would replace them. After an intense discussion, the candidate was finally chosen. Without a doubt, Ling Kong's combat strength was obvious to all. He was directly placed in the top 10 as one of the first 2 places. Then, the other 3 began to issue challenges. Similarly, no one had challenged Lu Ming. When the challenge ended, this year's top 10 was finally born. This year's top 10 was not much different from the previous bronze list. The previous top 10 on the bronze list were: First place, Zhang Muyun, Azure Dragon Hall. In second place was Duanmu Yunyang from the White Tiger Hall. Third place, Biyu Xingkai from the White Tiger Hall. Fourth place, Duan Gang, Onyx Tortoise Hall. Fifth place, Duanmu Chen, White Tiger Hall. Sixth place, Qing Feicheng, Vermilion Bird Hall. Seventh place, Zhuoyirong, Azure Dragon Hall. Eighth place, Su Song, Black Tortoise Region. Ninth place, Dong Ce, Azure Dragon Court. 10th place, Lei Dong, White Tiger Hall. Among them, there were 4 from the White Tiger Hall. 3 of them were in the top 5, and they were extremely powerful. The Azure Dragon Hall had 3, the Onyx Tortoise Hall had 2, and the Vermilion Bird Hall had 1. This time, there was a slight change. Ling Kong and Lu Ming had made it into the top 10. Su Song, who was originally in 8th place, and Lei Dong, who was in 10th place, were not destined to be in the top 10. In this way, the White Tiger Hall still had 4 people, the Azure Dragon Hall had 3, the Onyx Tortoise Hall had the worst, with only Duan Gang, and the Vermilion Bird Hall had 2. The top 10 would have to fight against each other. In other words, each of them would have to compete with the other 9. In the end, they would be ranked according to the number of victories they won. Today's competition had come to an end. The battles between the top 10 would be held tomorrow. Lu Ming, it's already very good that you can achieve this result. Don't feel pressured in tomorrow's competition. Just perform as you normally would. Mulan said. However, she was smiling so much that her eyes were almost squinting. That won't do. I'm going to get first place. I'm still waiting for your reward, senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming said half-jokingly. All right, then you have to work hard. Mulan's face was slightly red. She cast a glance at Lu Ming, immediately causing Hua Qi, Peng Shi, and the rest to stare at him. Then, Mulan left the place with light steps. Lu Ming, Peng Shi, and Hua Qi also walked back together. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and started cultivating the fire gun controlling art. Today's battle with Ling Kong could be said to be extremely satisfying. Other than the last move of the fire gun technique, the explosion of his bloodline, and the fire force, he had already used all his strength. He had 100% of his cultivation, a second-grade lower-tier body, and the fire gun controlling art. Lu Ming had benefited a lot from this battle. He felt that the fire gun art was not far from a breakthrough. In the midst of the wonderful chanting, Lu Ming was quietly comprehending the firearms control art. The fire-patterned spear in his hand started to dance unconsciously. The strong wind whistled and the long spear broke through the air. Time passed by unknowingly. 3 hours had passed when Lu Ming stopped. I've finally reached the 5th level of the fire gun art, the perfection level. There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. The fire gun technique had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level for a long time. Finally, after the battle with Ling Kong, he had a breakthrough. Zhang Muyun, Duanmu Yunyang, how strong are you? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. After that, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique to cultivate. At this moment, the White Tiger Hall's headmaster was seated in a resplendent hall. Below him were Duanmu Yunyang, Biyu Xingkai, and Duanmu Chen. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have reached such a terrifying level. You must be careful when you meet him tomorrow. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall warned. Don't worry, Dean. Lu Ming is no match for me. I'll definitely teach him an unforgettable lesson tomorrow. I'll let him know who's the one with the bronze first spear. Bu Xingkai said confidently. Although Lu Ming is quite powerful, he's not a threat to me at all. My goal is to defeat Zhang Muyun and take the first place. Duanmu Yunyang said with bright eyes. Alright, Yunyang. If you can defeat Zhang Muyun this time, the family will definitely reward you handsomely. The White Tiger Academy president said. Chapter 121, Chapter 121 Consecutive Battles. Somewhere in the Onyx Tortoise Hall, a vigorous voice rang out. Duan Gang, you're the only one left in the Onyx Tortoise Hall this time. You must enter the top 3 this time, or else my Onyx Tortoise Hall will be at the bottom. Don't worry, Dean. Duan Gang will definitely do his best. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong stood side by side in a courtyard of the Azure Dragon Hall. Big brother Mu Yun, this time, Duanmu Yunyang will definitely want to obtain the first place. Are you confident? Zhuo Yirong asked. In another year, Lu Ming can be my opponent. No one else. Zhang Muyun let out a long sigh. His sigh seemed a little lonely, but it also showed his strong self-confidence. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Countless people were looking forward to tomorrow's battle. At first, everyone thought that there were 2 main points to watch in this competition. The first was to see which rank he could get in the air. Second, who would emerge as the champion in the battle between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun. After all, Duanmu Yunyang was the newcomer king of that generation. However, he was suppressed by another person. He wanted to defeat Zhang Muyun at all times. But now, there was one more thing to watch. How high would Lu Ming, the newcomer king, rank this year? Therefore, it was even more exciting. Under everyone's anticipation, the night passed. The sky had just turned bright when Feng Wu and Mulan arrived at Lu Ming's dormitory. After that, everyone had their breakfast and walked towards the competition ground together. When they arrived, they were shocked. There was already a sea of people here, and the number of people was much more than yesterday. The Esilavira disciples who did not come yesterday put down their work and rushed over. In addition, some Esilavira robed elders had also arrived. The 10 people today were all true geniuses. They weren't the kind of old disciples who were stuck at the peak of the 9th grade master realm and couldn't break through. They were all young and were just suppressing their own cultivation. As long as they broke through to the great martial master realm, they would be considered geniuses among the great martial masters. They could even fight above their level. In the future, they might be able to enter the Esilavira ranking. Therefore, Esilavira disciples also attached great importance to them. Not long after, the deans of the 4 schools and the sect masters all arrived. Clang! Clang! With the 9 melodious bell chimes, the exciting battle between the top 10 had just begun. Alright, the battles of the top 10 will begin now. This battle will be divided into 9 rounds. The first match of the first round, Ling Kong vs Duanmu Chen. On the fighting ring, a Esilavira robed elder announced the verdict. Everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. They didn't expect that the first round would be such a big show. Duanmu Chen, who was ranked 5th on the bronze ranking list, was going to be the winner. On the platform, the 2 of them stood facing each other. Duanmu Chen was a rare genius of the Duanmu family. His sword technique was unparalleled, second only to Zhang Muyun on the bronze ranking. Duanmu Chen, you're no match for me. Ling Kong was still confident, wild, and filled with fiendish qi. Not necessarily. Duanmu Chen said coldly. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 of them moved at the same time. Duanmu Chen's sword qi was incomparably sharp. It tore through the air and the sword broke through the firmament. It was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered Ling Kong. Ling Kong didn't care what kind of sword chi it was. He smashed it with his iron rod. When Ling Kong unleashed his Mad Beast technique, Duanmu Chen was completely outmatched and was completely suppressed by Ling Kong's violent attacks. This round, Ling Kong won. Ling Kong won, and Duanmu Chen is no match for him. Lu Ming, who's even more powerful, is definitely stronger than Duanmu Chen. Indeed, Lu Ming and Ling Kong are both capable of making it to the top 5. The victory in the air inevitably reminded people of Lu Ming. The second match, Zhang Muyun vs Dong Ce. The judge announced the start of the second round. There was no suspense in this match. Dong Ce had admitted defeat directly before he even made a move. It was unwise to attack when he knew he was no match for them. There was more than one battle today. There were still many more to come. If he used up too much energy, it would be disadvantageous for the later battles. He might as well admit defeat. The third round, Lu Ming vs Ching Fei. It's actually Ching Fei Ching. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Vermilion Bird Hall only had the two of them in the top 10. He did not expect them to face each other in the first round. The two of them ascended the fighting ring from the same area. Ching Feichen, around 17 or 18 years old, was dressed in a red dress and looked extremely beautiful. There were only 2 women in the top 10. Ching Feichen and Zhuo Yirong were both famous beauties in the mystical sword sect, and were known as the sect's top 10 beauties. At this moment, Ching Fian's beautiful eyes were bright. She looked at Lu Ming. Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect that we would meet in the first round. This is such a coincidence. What a coincidence. Senior sister, please enlighten me, Lu Ming smiled. It's fine if you want to teach me, but how can I be your opponent? I admit defeat for this round. Ching Feicheng's beautiful eyes flickered as he smiled. Ah. Admit defeat? Lu Ming was a little stunned. That's right, junior brother Lu Ming. You're the hope of the Vermilion Bird Hall. We're counting on you this time. Ching Feicheng's eyes narrowed as he smiled and walked down the fighting ring. Then, Lu Ming's first round ended easily. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were not too surprised. After all, Ching Fian and Lu Ming were both disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall. There was no reason for them to compete with each other and waste their combat strength. The fourth match, Duanmu Yunyang vs Zhuo Yirong. The competition continued. Duanmu Yunyang and Zhuo Yirong also had no suspense. Zhuo Yirong had only made a few symbolic moves, and seeing that she was no match for him, she simply admitted defeat. Then came the fifth match, which was also the match that everyone paid more attention to in the first round. Bu Xingkai vs Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai, ranked 3rd on the bronze list, was known as the number 1 spear user. His attack power was extremely strong. As for Duan Gang, he ranked 4th on the bronze ranking list and was known as the number 1 defensive master. His defensive ability was unparalleled among the bronze disciples. On the other hand, his close combat ability was also very strong. This was a battle between the strong. Duan Gang, let me pierce through your turtle shell today. Bu Xingkai held a black spear and pointed it at Duan Gang. It was sharp and overbearing. If you have the ability, try it. Duan Gang's figure was burly and strong. His muscles were bulging, and one could tell at a glance that he was a body tempering expert. Kill. Formation breaking spear art. Bu Xingkai rushed toward Duan Gang and thrust his long spear. The sky was filled with spear shadows, and he attacked Duan Gang. Black turtle protection. Duan Gang let out a soft cry, and his body began to glow. 5 shields that looked like turtle shells condensed around his body. At the same time, he put on his spirit weapon gloves and clawed at Bu Xingkai. His sharp claw radiance was like a blade. As soon as they exchanged blows, the two of them began an intense battle. Bu Xinkai's attacks were like a storm, continuous. However, Duan Gang's defense was impenetrable. Every time Bu Xinkai's spear radiance stabbed at Duan Gang, it was blocked by the turtle shell shield around his body. For a moment, it was difficult to determine who was better. The disciples of the four courtyards were all watching intently. That's amazing. So, that's the power of the top four on the bronze list? Pang Shi was dumbfounded as he muttered to himself. Senior brother Lu Ming, who do you think will win? Pang Shi suddenly asked. Chapter 122, The Two Geniuses Who Are Far Ahead. Lu Ming sorted out his thoughts and said, both of them have cultivated the path of the physical body. Duan Gang's physical body should have reached the amazing complete grade 2, while Bu Xinkai's is in the upper tier of grade 2. But Duan Gang is focused on defense. Although he has also cultivated an offensive dark level martial skill, he has only cultivated it to the 3rd level. On the other hand, Bu Xinkai's spear technique has already reached the 5th level. As time goes on, Bu Xinkai will definitely win. Or, if Bu Xinkai has a killing move, he will win soon. Mulan looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said, Lu Ming, you have good taste. Look, Bu Xinkai is about to use his ultimate move. At this moment, Bu Xinkai leaped up from the fighting ring. His body was more than 20 meters high. Then, he pointed his long spear downward and stabbed toward Duan Gang. Toxic Dragon Drill. Go! Bu Xinkai shouted. As he descended, the spear started to spin rapidly with the tip of the spear as the center. Indistinctly, a black evil dragon could be seen emerging with astonishing might. Black turtle protection, indestructible. Shield. Duan Gang roared as he circulated his protective divine art with all his might. A total of 5 tortoiseshell-shaped shields completely covered his body. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard. The black and yellow lights almost flooded the fighting ring. After a while, a figure slid back quickly and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was Duan Gang. Bu Xinkai, on the other hand, stood proudly with a long spear in his hand. Other than his heavy breathing, he was completely fine. Bu Xinkai had won. The crowd sighed, especially the disciples of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Duan Gang had been defeated by Bu Xinkai. It seemed impossible for him to enter the top 3. Bu Xinkai is the winner of this round. Alright, the first round is over for today. Take a break. Those who have just unleashed their bloodline power will be given a blood-clotting pill to recover as soon as possible. Then, we'll proceed to the second round. The judge announced. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The mystical sword sect was really generous for this competition. They had even taken out blood-clotting pills. The blood-clotting pill could restore the power of one's bloodline for a short period of time after consumption, allowing one's bloodline to erupt again. It was extremely precious. Even the lowest grade that could restore the bloodline of a Master Realm martial artist was frighteningly expensive and extremely difficult to refine, so it was naturally extremely rare. About half an hour later, the second round of the competition began. The first match, Cheng Feicheng vs. Shuai Rong. The judge announced. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Among the top 10, there were only 2 women. He didn't expect to meet them now. 2 graceful figures floated up and landed on the fighting ring. Both of them were extremely beautiful and were known as one of the 10 beauties of the mystical sword sect. Standing on the same stage, it was like a beautiful scene. Senior Sister Desk, please. Junior Sister Cheng, please. The 2 of them cupped their fists at each other and started fighting. Cheng Feichen's weapon was a sword, and his bloodline was a fire spirit bird, so her sword technique was of the fire attribute. Sword chi burst forth, and it was extremely hot. Zhuo Yirong was using a 3-meter-long soft whip. With the addition of her plant-type Thousand Fate Vine, they complemented each other well. The soft whip in her hands was ever-changing, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Two graceful figures even shuttled back and forth on the fighting ring like two dancing butterflies, which was pleasing to the eye. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, Zhuirong still lost because Cheng Feima's flames were effective against her. There was not much change in his ranking on the bronze list. The ranking on the bronze ranking list was determined by the elder of the mystical sword sect based on the battle records, the combat strength of the participants, and the battle techniques they were good at. It had to be said that it was really accurate. The second match, Duanmu Chen vs Dong Ce. There was no suspense in this battle. Dong Ce tenaciously resisted more than a dozen moves and was still defeated. The third match, Zhang Muyun vs Bu Xingkai. This was the highlight of the show. Zhang Muyun, ranked first, versus Bu Xingkai, ranked third. Zhang Muyun was wearing a white robe and had a warm smile on his face. However, the moment he attacked, his sword chi was shocking and his sword light illuminated the 90 states. He was like a sword immortal. Although Bu Xingkai was powerful, he couldn't last more than 10 moves even with all his strength. 8 moves, he was defeated in just 8 moves. And Zhang Muyun didn't even activate his bloodline. Strong, too strong, Zhang Muyun was almost invincible. Now, everyone was looking forward to Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun's battle. Perhaps only Duanmu Yunyang could compete with Zhang Muyun. The fourth match, Duanmu Yunyang vs Ling Kong. It was another highlight, and the atmosphere was even more lively. This was another battle between two new generation kings from the White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, do you still want to fight me? You should know that you're no match for me. Duanmu Yunyang said indifferently as he held his battle blade. Ha ha ha. Duanmu Yunyang, when did you see me surrender without a fight? Let's cut the crap and fight. He laughed loudly in the air. Then, he directly used the Mad Beast technique and burst out with his most powerful combat strength as he charged towards Duanmu Yun. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his battle blade. As the battle sword was unsheathed, the surging blade energy came out. Buzz! A blade energy, more than 10 meters long, slashed down from the sky. Ling Kong roared like a mad beast. The iron rod brought about a loud rumbling sound as it smashed toward the blade light. With a loud bang, the fighting ring shook. Ling Kong's figure shook slightly, and his attack was blocked. However, Duanmu Yunyang's attacks were like water that had opened the floodgates. They surged and surged towards the sky in an endless stream. The domineering blade rays shot out one after another, as if they would never stop. 8 moves, just like how Zhang Muyun defeated Bu Xingkai, he was defeated in 8 moves and was cut off the fighting ring. That's amazing. Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun are far ahead of the top 10. It's hard for the others to compete with them. It's all up to the two of them. Perhaps they'll be able to put on an earth-shattering battle. The disciples of the 4 courtyards discussed excitedly. The 5th round, Lu Ming vs Duan Gang. At this moment, the judge announced the 5th match. It's here. The battle between Lu Ming and Duan Gang will determine who the top 5 will be. If Lu Ming can defeat Duan Gang, he'll definitely make it into the top 5 and compete with Bu Xingkai for the 3rd place to determine who's the bronze first spear user. That's right. However, according to my speculation, if Lu Ming only has the combat strength that he had when he fought with Ling Kong, it would be very difficult for him to break Duan Gang's defense unless he has other unique skills. That's hard to say. Can't you see that Lu Ming's blood meridian didn't erupt? This was really the case. I almost forgot. Amidst the discussions, Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring. Duan Gang stood in front of Lu Ming like an iron tower. At this moment, Duan Gang's expression was a little grave. At this point, he no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. He knew that he had to fight with all his might. Otherwise, he might very well be defeated by Lu Ming. Chapter 123, Chapter 123 Unstoppable Winning Streak. Junior brother Lu, please. Please. The two of them cupped their fists. Boom. Then, Duan stomped on the ground heavily. His tall body was like a chariot, charging toward Lu Ming in an overbearing manner. Duan was a close combat expert, so he had to close the distance. Fire gun art broken armor. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming used the armor fragment. The penetrative power of this move was extremely strong, second only to the last move, explosion. Black turtle protection. Duan didn't hesitate and executed his defensive martial skill, and 5 tortoiseshell-shaped shields appeared. Clang! The spear struck one of the shields, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. Lu Ming felt as if the long spear had stabbed into an iron mountain. The long spear bent into a bow shape. Lu Ming borrowed the rebound of the long spear and drifted backward. What a strong defense! Lu Ming was full of admiration. However, he did not know that Duan shock was even greater than his. He felt that his defense was almost penetrated by Lu Ming's long spear. Is this Lu Ming's ultimate move? If he isn't, then he's too powerful. He's even stronger than Bu Shinkai. Duan was shocked, but he did not stop and continued to rush toward Lu Ming. His hand was like an eagle's claw, and he struck out a dozen sharp claw lights. Fire dance. Lu Ming's spear trembled and flames appeared one after another, destroying Duan's claw radiance. Then, more than 10 flame flowers landed on Duan's protective shield, causing ripples. Landslide. Lu Ming took advantage of the momentum and jumped up, his long spear smashing down on Duan. Boom. The spear smashed into Duan's protective shield, causing it to shake violently. Duan's expression changed drastically, and his body staggered backward. He took 5 or 6 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He's retreating. Duan has retreated. He's so strong. I feel that Lu Ming's attack is even stronger than when he was fighting Ling Kong yesterday. That's right. Did he hide his strength yesterday? This is unbelievable. On the viewing platform, Ling Kong's eyes revealed a beastly glint as he muttered, this guy was clearly at the 4th level yesterday, but he's already at the 5th level today. Could it be that he broke through last night? That's impossible, right? Lan Yu. As soon as Duan retreated, Lu Ming cast the attack with the largest area of effect, moon canvas. A crescent moon formed and heavily struck Duan's protective shield. Bang! Duan retreated again. Lightning. Then, he became one with the spear and arrived as fast as lightning. This spear attack once again caused Duan's protective shield to tremble. Ah! Duan roared and threw a few punches in succession. He charged at Lu Ming without a care and shouted, Lu Ming, if you have a unique skill, you should use it as soon as possible. You can't break my defense like this. From the start of the competition, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. He was really aggrieved. In this case, he could not get close to Lu Ming at all. It was impossible for him to win. If he wanted to lose, he might as well lose in a straightforward manner. Alright, as you wish. Explode. All the essential qi in Lu Ming's body surged out and rushed toward the long spear, gathering at the tip of the spear. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, the spear streaked across the sky and once again stabbed into Duan's protective shield. Boom! In an instant, the genuine qi at the tip of the spear suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, erupting with a powerful and shocking destructive power. Kacha! Duan's protective shield cracked and then exploded with a bang. Then, Duan let out a blood-curdling screech, and his body flew far away. His entire body was covered in blood. Who? As Duan flew out, all the disciples of the 4 courtyards let out a long breath. Lu Ming has won. He's in the top 5. It's a sure thing. I wonder who's stronger, him or Biyushinkai. It seems to be Lu Ming. In the area of the White Tiger Hall, everyone from the Duanmu family had ugly expressions on their faces. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were even more so. They were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. However, the Vermilion Bird Hall area was filled with cheers. This was because after Lu Ming defeated Duan Gang, the Vermilion Bird Hall would not be last in this year's competition no matter what. In the fighting ring, Duan Gang got up and said with a bitter smile, "Junior brother Lu Ming is indeed powerful. I'm sincerely convinced of my defeat." His physical body was extremely strong, so he didn't suffer too serious of an injury and could recover very quickly. "Senior brother Duan is too polite," Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming is the winner of this round. The second round is over. We'll move on to the third round later, the judge announced. Soon, the third round began. In this round, Lu Ming's opponent was Duanmu Chen. There was no suspense in the battle between Lu Ming and Duanmu Chen. Lu Ming had suppressed Duanmu Chen throughout the entire battle and won in just a dozen moves. As for the others, those who had encountered Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang had all admitted defeat. Because there was no need to fight, it was better to save strength for the later matches. In the fourth round, Lu Ming vs Dong Ce. Without a doubt, he won easily. In this round, he was up against Biyushinkai. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. They fought for more than 100 moves. In the end, Biyushinkai was the one who won and defeated Ling Kong. In the fifth round, Lu Ming was up against Biyushinkai. This competition caused the entire place to boil with excitement. Because this battle could be said to be a battle for the third place. If Lu Ming won, there would be no problem for him to get third place. If Biyushinkai won, the third place would be his. Moreover, both of them used guns, so it was more meaningful. In the fighting ring, the two of them stood opposite each other, each holding a spear. "Lu Ming, let's decide the winner with one move. How about it?" Bu Xingkai said in a deep voice. "Good, that's just what I want." Lu Ming smiled. One shot to decide the outcome. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they watched with even more excitement. A single shot to decide the outcome was more dangerous, but also more exciting. Boom! Boom! A powerful aura suddenly burst out from the two of them. Their auras collided and the two of them rushed out at the same time. Toxic Dragon Drill. Explode! The two of them executed their ultimate moves almost at the same time. The two spear shadows instantly cut through the void and collided together. It was as if two stars had collided. On the fighting stage, with the point of intersection of the two spears as the core, two colors emerged. One was fiery red and the other was black. The two colors were clearly separated and did not give in to each other. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment. Suddenly, the fiery red side erupted like a volcano. A powerful force gushed out and instantly suppressed the black side. Bang! A figure flew far away and fell heavily on the ground. Without a doubt, it was Biyushinkai. Bu Xingkai had lost, and his injuries were much more serious than Duan Gang's. Bang! The White Tiger Hall's headmaster smacked his seat, his face dark. The Vermilion Bird Hall's head burst into laughter. Lu Ming wins. The judge announced. There's no doubt that Lu Ming will be third. Oh my god. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming has broken senior brother Feng Wuji's record? That's terrifying. Someone exclaimed. In that case, wouldn't there be a genius even stronger than senior brother Feng Wuji in the mystical sword sect? That's hard to say. Being strong now doesn't mean that you'll be strong in the future. There will be many difficulties in the future. In history, there have been many people who were amazing in their youth, but when they grow up, their achievements are only average. That's true, but breaking senior brother Feng Wuji's record is already shocking enough. Chapter 124, The Peak Battle. I really can't see through this guy. Does he really want to fight for first place? Mulan's face had been completely replaced by a smile. Pang Shi and Hua Qi were so excited that they were trembling and speechless. Then, the competition continued. After the 5th round was the 6th round. In the 6th round, Lu Ming was up against Ling Kong. Lu Ming and Ling Kong had already fought yesterday. Therefore, there was no need for them to fight again. Ling Kong simply admitted defeat. In the 6 rounds of competition, only 3 people had maintained a winning streak. They were Zhang Muyun, Duanmu Yunyang, and Lu Ming. By this time, the situation was slowly becoming clear. Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang were in 1st and 2nd place. Lu Ming was in 3rd place. Bu Xingkai should be in 4th place. As for the 5th and 6th place, it should be between Ling Kong and Duan Gang. In the latter part of the sentence, Dong Ce was almost in the 10th place. There was no suspense, and the difference should not be big. There were only 3 rounds left. Everyone's focus was on Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang. They wanted to know who would be the champion. Of course, there was still Lu Ming. Would Lu Ming be able to fight against the first 2? How many moves could he block? Everyone's attention was on these points. Under everyone's anticipation, the 7th round began. The first match of the 7th round, Ling Tian vs Duan Gang. This battle could be said to be the longest and most intense battle in the competition. Both of them were violent and bombarding the fighting ring like 2 demons fighting. After a few hundred moves, Duan Gang was the one who won in the end because the duration of the art of aerial beast frenzy had passed. The second match was Lu Ming against Zhuo Yirong. Zhuo Yirong simply admitted defeat. The third match finally ushered in the most important match, and also the match that everyone was most concerned about. Zhang Muyun vs Duanmu Yunyang. The pinnacle battle between the 2 of them had started ahead of schedule, meeting in the 7th round. 2 figures, one from the east and one from the west, walked up to the fighting ring. In an instant, the entire place boiled over. One was the best swordsman, and the other was the best saber user. The battle between the 1st and 2nd place on the bronze ranking list could stir up the blood of the young martial artists. Many people were speechless and stared at the 2 people in the fighting ring with wide eyes. Zhang Muyun, I lost to you a year ago. That was a disgrace to me. Now, I will take back the glory that belongs to me and step on you. Duanmu Yunyang's gaze was like a tiger's and was extremely overbearing. Even when facing Zhang Muyun, he was still arrogant and overbearing. This was his natural personality. He could be considered a tyrant. However, Zhang Muyun was more like a king. He had the posture of a dragon and a tiger, and his eyes were like stars. He always had a gentle smile on his face. Duanmu Yunyang, you lost to me last year. You don't stand a chance this year, and you won't stand a chance in the future. The gap between us will only grow further and further. Zhang Muyun's voice was calm and gentle, but it was filled with unparalleled confidence. If an ordinary person dared to say this, everyone would think that he was arrogant, and looked down on everyone. However, when Zhang Muyun said this, no one felt that he was arrogant or condescending. Instead, they felt that he was speaking the truth. Because he had the right to say so. I told you to take back your words. Take this. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Duanmu Yunyang's body. He didn't move, but a several-meter-long battle blade completely condensed from true qi appeared above his head. It cut through the air and charged toward Zhang Muyun. Buzz! With a sword cry, a giant sword formed above Zhang Muyun's head and slashed forward. Boom! The saber and the sword met, stirring up countless sword qi and saber radiance that shot out in all directions. Pfft! The blade qi and sword qi hit the ground. If it were not for the inscriptions on the ground, it would have been full of holes. It was just a test, but it had already reached such a terrifying stage. Destruction Blade Art, Spirit Destruction. Duanmu Yunyang's battle blade was unsheathed. It was as if a demon had broken through its restraints and reappeared in the world. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split the void as it slashed toward Zhang Muyun. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. Zhang Muyun's body did not move, but his long sword was unsheathed. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, a sharp and merciless will filled the air, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped by his sword qi. Buzz! A light sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. If one did not listen carefully, one would not be able to hear it. A sword light flashed and shot out before the sound could be heard. Boom! This sword qi wasn't as overbearing as Duanmu Yunyang's blade light. However, it was able to destroy Duanmu Yunyang's blade light with a single strike. Obliteration Blade Art, Exterminate the Heavens. Duanmu Yunyang shouted. Duanmu Yunyang's entire body sank into a deathly silence as the blade was unleashed. He no longer had any feelings. Humans were heartless, but the saber was even more heartless. There was only an endless sharpness that could kill everything in the world. Four Seasons Sword Technique, overflowing with spring, break. Zhang Muyun made a faint sound and thrust his sword forward. In an instant, hundreds of sword qi appeared in the sky. The sword qi was fine and dense, like spring rain, and enveloped Duanmu Yunyang's blade technique. If Duanmu Yunyang's blade technique represented destruction, then Zhang Muyun's sword technique represented vitality and hope. The streaks of sword qi were like drops of spring rain. Although each drop was not powerful, when they were combined, their power was endless. The saber radiance and sword qi dissipated in the air. Wonderful, this is simply too wonderful. Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang's black-grade low-level martial arts techniques have already been cultivated to the highest level, man and martial arts as one. He's definitely at the realm of man and martial arts merging, far surpassing the others. Moreover, their physical bodies are both complete rank 2. It's really amazing. Both of their bloodlines are at level 6. Their combat strength has completely exceeded the martial master realm. Killing an ordinary first-grade great martial master won't be a problem. Are they the top 2 geniuses on the bronze list? It's indeed shocking. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and he sighed in his heart. Beside him, Mulan glanced at Lu Ming and said, "How is it? This is the strength of Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang. Do you still have the confidence to obtain first place after seeing their battle strength?" "Why not?" Lu Ming said, revealing a meaningful smile. "This guy. You're pretending to be profound, right?" Mulan felt that she could not understand Lu Ming. She did not know if he was telling the truth. Obliteration Blade Art, World Destruction. Duanmu Yunyang bellowed and instantly slashed out 18 times. Each of the 18 blade lights was extremely terrifying. The key was that the trajectory of each slash was erratic, like a wild horse out of control, jumping and unpredictable. Four Seasons Sword Technique, Scorching Summer. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light appeared in the sky. It gave off a dazzling light, like a sun. Chi Chi. This sun was actually continuously shooting out dense sword qi. No matter how unpredictable Duanmu Yunyang's blade lights were, they all crumbled under the sword qi. The autumn wind is bleak. Then, Zhang Muyun's next move was unleashed. The fighting ring seemed to have fallen into a state of desolation. Everything was dead and the autumn wind was blowing. A lonely sword light flashed across the sky and slashed toward Duanmu Yunyang. Boom! Duanmu Yunyang was forced to retreat rapidly. Chapter 125, Chapter 125 Gold Force. Duanmu Yunyang retreated while Zhang Muyun advanced. Winter Thunder Shock. Zhang Muyun instantly slashed out 9 swords. The sound of thunder rumbled as 9 lightning swords headed toward Duanmu Yunyang. World annihilation. Duanmu Yunyang roared. A deathly white sword light soared into the sky as he used all his strength to resist. After the light had dissipated, Duanmu Yunyang quickly retreated. A deep, bloody gash had appeared on his shoulder. Duanmu Yunyang, I've said it before. You're not my match. Zhang Muyun's clothes were as white as snow as he stepped forward. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. With their cultivation, as long as they want to, they can break through to the martial grandmaster realm in the blink of an eye. There will be no bottlenecks in the martial grandmaster realm, and they can break through all the way. After all, they have accumulated too much. A powerful Asilavira rank disciple exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Zhang Muyun, you think you've won? Take my last move. Blood exterminating slash. Duanmu Yunyang laughed out loud. Blood gushed out from his wound and formed a blood blade in the air. Slash. Duanmu Yunyang waved his hand. The blood blade turned into a blood-red light and slashed toward Zhang Muyun. Zhang Muyun's eyes flickered, and a sword light whizzed out, hitting the blood blade. However, the blood saber suddenly dissipated and turned into a blood mist. Then, the blood mist condensed and turned into blood leopards that rushed toward Zhang Muyun. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Muyun's long sword swept out, and streams of sword chi flew out, scattering the blood leopards. However, after the blood leopards scattered, they turned into blood mist and then condensed back into blood leopards again. It seemed endless. What a strange secret technique. Is this Duanmu Yunyang's trump card? I have never heard of Duanmu Yunyang knowing this secret technique. It seems that he has had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Could it be that Zhang Muyun is going to lose? Ha ha ha. Zhang Muyun, this blood obliteration slash is meant to deal with you. Today, you'll definitely lose. Duanmu Yunyang laughed wildly. Duanmu Yunyang, I thought you had some capabilities. Once your cultivation level is higher, this secret skill will no longer be of any use. Let me tell you what the Great Tao is. Break. As Zhang Muyun finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura rose from his body. An incomparably sharp, all-conquering aura suddenly exploded out. That's right, it's Qi. Buzz. Bzzz. At this moment, the big shots of the 4 halls, such as the 4 deans, the Asilavira-robed elders, and the gold-robed elders, all stood up from their seats. In addition to the sect leader, there were also 2 bright lights in the sect leader's eyes. Force, it's the metal force. Zhang Muyun has actually comprehended the control force. He's a genius, a genius. He actually comprehended control force at the master realm. Incredible. Ha, our mystical sword sect has another true genius. The Asilavira-robed elders cried out in excitement. Hearing the Asilavira-robed elders' words, the confused disciples were shocked. The bronze disciples, including most of the Asilavira disciples, had not yet comprehended the control force, but they had heard of it and knew its power. How could they not be shocked? Chi. The force of metal was indestructible and extremely sharp. As soon as the metal force was used, everything was broken. In an instant, the blood leopards surrounding Zhang Muyun were shattered and could no longer form again. Duanmu Yunyang let out a blood-curdling screech and retreated a dozen steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Ha ha ha, Zhang Muyun, I didn't expect you to have comprehended control force. I lost, I didn't lose in vain. Duanmu Yunyang laughed miserably. A dispirited look appeared on his face. The overbearing aura that he had exuded earlier had disappeared without a trace. Zhang Muyun was right. Secret techniques were just a small path. Controlling force was the true path. The earlier one comprehended controlling force, the more useful it would be in the future. Zhang Muyun was able to comprehend the control force at the master realm, which meant that his talent was far above his. Perhaps he would never be able to catch up to Zhang Muyun in his life. At this moment, he had lost all fighting spirit. Yunyang, what are you doing? Martial artists walk against the heavens. Only with the will to fight and become more courageous can one step into the peak of martial arts. You, wake up! The White Tiger Hall's headmaster suddenly shouted. The shout was like thunder, exploding in Duanmu Yunyang's ears. Duanmu Yunyang was startled and suddenly woke up. He was instantly scared and broke out in cold sweat. He was in a very dangerous situation just now. If he didn't wake up in time, his state of mind might be shattered, and he might lose his way on the path of martial arts, never to improve again. This was the so-called inner demon. Thank you, Principal. Duanmu Yunyang bowed to the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. Then, he looked at Zhang Muyun. His eyes were filled with a domineering aura as he said, Zhang Muyun, I will catch up to you sooner or later. I will take back the glory that belongs to me. Then, he turned around and left the fighting ring. Zhang Muyun wins this round. Let's move on to the next round. The judge announced. The competition continued. However, after the peak battle just now, the next few matches could no longer arouse the interest of the crowd. In most people's eyes, the results of this competition were already out. The first place would definitely go to Zhang Muyun, and the second place would go to Duanmu Yunyang. Although there were still 2 more rounds, there was no suspense. Not long after, the 7th round ended. After a short rest, the 8th round began. There were not many changes in the first 4 matches, as the outcome was within everyone's expectations. The 5th match, Lu Ming vs Duanmu Yunyang. The judge announced the names of the players in the 5th match. Everyone's spirits were slightly lifted. Finally, it was time for the battle between Lu Ming and Duanmu Yunyang. Previously, Lu Ming had repeatedly slapped the Duanmu family's people in the face. Duanmu Yunyang had said that he would make Lu Ming lose, unsightly. Lu Ming also responded strongly. The 2 of them had yet to fight, but sparks were already flying. Now that they had finally met, what would the result be? How many moves could Lu Ming block? Would he be badly abused? The 2 of them walked onto the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, it's finally our turn. I still keep my word. If you don't admit defeat quickly, you'll be defeated very badly. Duanmu Yunyang's voice was ice-cold and still extremely overbearing. How could he be defeated so easily? Are you talking about yourself? Previously, you were indeed defeated very unsightly and gracelessly. Your heart of martial Tao almost collapsed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was referring to the battle between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have brought this up. Since you've brought it up, it's not something that can be wrestle-levered by a terrible defeat. Duanmu Yunyang's expression turned completely cold. It was as cold as the Arctic Ocean. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. He did not bother to hide it. Duanmu Yunyang has the intention to kill. Lu Ming is in trouble. Lu Ming is acting on impulse. He shouldn't have provoked Duanmu Yunyang. That's right. Other than not being allowed to harm lives, there are no other restrictions on the fighting ring. If Lu Ming refuses to admit defeat, even the sect master will not be able to interfere. Lu Ming's consequences are worrying. Some disciples shook their heads. They felt that Lu Ming's actions were unwise. This would only anger Duanmu Yunyang even more. Why bother? Chapter 126, Breakthrough, Breakthrough. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He sneered and said, You lost to Zhang Muyun, and your martial heart almost collapsed. I wonder what will happen after you lose to me. Lost to you? How could I, Duanmu Yunyang, lose to a newbie? This is the funniest joke in the world. Lu Ming, don't think that you can disturb my state of mind by using this method. What a joke. Your path ends here. Destruction blade art, spirit destruction. Amidst his laughter, Duanmu Yunyang unsheathed his saber. An overbearing saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. The moment he slashed out, he had already activated his bloodline. Broken armor. In an instant, Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique to the extreme. A majestic dragon-shaped vital energy surged in his strong body and poured into the long spear. Along the long spear, a powerful spinning cutting force erupted. Ding! Ding! The long spear accurately pierced the edge of the blade. A loud boom rang out. Duanmu Yunyang's body did not move an inch, but Lu Ming's body swayed slightly and he took a step back. He blocked it. Senior brother Lu Ming blocked Duanmu Yunyang's attack. Pang Shi cried out in excitement. Beside them, Mulan, Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, including the Vermilion Bird Hall's dean, were all overjoyed as they stared unblinkingly at the arena. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he was only at a slight disadvantage. At this point, it would be a lie if they did not want Lu Ming to win. Although he knew that the possibility was low, he still had a glimmer of hope that Lu Ming could create a miracle. Seeing that Lu Ming had blocked Duanmu Yunyang's attack, he was overjoyed. This Duanmu Yunyang is indeed powerful. Lu Ming felt that his palm was a little numb and he pondered in his heart. Duanmu Yunyang's physical body had already achieved complete second grade, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Furthermore, the black grade low-level martial arts technique had already been cultivated to the 6th stage, the realm of man and martial arts as one. Furthermore, he had a level 6 bloodline. When combined, the explosive power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's physical body and martial arts techniques were at a disadvantage. The only thing he could rely on was the true war dragon technique's rich and condensed essential qi. But it was still not enough. You're quite capable to be able to block an attack with 80% of my power. However, that's all. Kill. When Duanmu Yunyang saw that he had only gained a slight upper hand in this attack, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. He burst out with all his strength and circulated his true qi to the extreme. His aura instantly became a bit stronger. A ray of saber light, which was stronger than the previous one, slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you have to block it. Mulan, Feng Wu, and the others clenched their fists tightly. Their palms were covered in cold sweat as they stared at the battlefield. Landslide. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and clashed with the saber again. Boom. This time, Lu Ming kept retreating 7 to 8 steps, his blood and qi in his body churning. Lu Ming is no match for them. From the looks of it, Lu Ming will definitely lose within 10 moves. It seems that Lu Ming's blood meridian has not erupted yet. Indeed. It's strange. However, under such circumstances, even if he were to activate his bloodline, he would still not be able to escape defeat. Don't forget that Duanmu Yunyang still has a secret technique that he has yet to use. Not bad. Seeing this situation, sighs could be heard from all around. Should I use Qi? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he rejected the idea. Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to defeat Duanmu Yunyang if he were to use the force of fire. But this was not the result he wanted. He had an idea, a crazy idea. He wanted to make use of Duanmu Yunyang's pressure to break through his cultivation. Otherwise, with his current cultivation base, even if he could defeat Duanmu Yunyang, it would be difficult to defeat Zhang Muyun, who had also comprehended the control force. Only with great pressure could he break through his limits and break through his cultivation. Only then could he fight Zhang Muyun. Let's see how you're going to take my third saber, World Annihilation. Duanmu Yunyang roared as 18 blade lights were released from his battle blade. Each of the 18 blade lights was ever-changing and unpredictable. Each of them was extremely powerful, as if they could kill everything. It was known as the world-destroying one. Although it was an exaggeration, one could still see its power. It seems like I can only activate my bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he activated his blood meridian without hesitation. There was a flash of blood-red light and Lu Ming's aura grew. A surge of devouring power covered his entire body. Lu Ming's strength increased by 40% and he charged directly at the saber ray. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming was drowned by the 18 sword gleams. On the fighting ring, there were only pale sword gleams and fiery red spear gleams, as well as a series of booming sounds. Can Lu Ming block it? At the scene, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring for fear of missing out on the important scene. After 18 consecutive explosions, a figure rushed out. His long spear turned into a half-moon and swept toward Duanmu Yunyang. It was Lu Ming. He was not injured at all. Although Duanmu Yunyang's blade radiance was powerful, half of the attack had been devoured by Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline. The remaining attacks could no longer harm Lu Ming. Duanmu Yunyang's expression changed when he saw that Lu Ming was not injured and was even charging at him with an attack that was stronger than before. Slash! In a hurry, he slashed out with his saber. Clang! Duanmu Yunyang's body trembled and he couldn't help but slide back more than 10 meters. Unfortunately, the aura on Lu Ming's body had weakened greatly. The burst of his bloodline could only last for 5 breaths, which was too short. Lu Ming, damn it, go to hell. Blood exterminating slash. Duanmu Yunyang flew into a rage after being forced back by Lu Ming's spear. He slashed his arm with his saber and a stream of blood spurted out. It formed a blood-red saber in the air and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he retreated quickly. However, the blood-red saber seemed to have a mind of its own as it chased after Lu Ming. Lightning! The spear struck the blood-red saber. The saber was crushed by the spear and turned into a blood mist. Then, it condensed into blood leopards that pounced at Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming was enveloped by the blood leopards. Lu Ming, enjoy it. It's not bad that you can force me to use this move, but that's all there is to it. Ha! Duanmu Yunyang laughed wildly. Stop! Stop! Duanmu Yunyang, you've won this battle. Stop your secret technique. Mulan cried out with an unsightly expression. Stop. Mulan, Lu Ming didn't admit defeat himself. The battle is still in progress. How can he stop? Duanmu Yunyang sneered. Mulan's expression was ugly. Lu Ming, she called out, the battle ends here. Admit defeat. However, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to it and focused all his energy on fighting the blood leopards that were pouncing at him from all directions. Lu Ming's energy, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. He circulated the true war dragon technique to the extreme and fought the blood leopards that pounced at him from all directions. The long spear swept out, and the blood leopards were destroyed. However, they immediately condensed again and continued to attack endlessly. Lu Ming fought with all his might and raised his potential to the maximum. 9th grade Master Realm, break. His potential was stimulated in the great battle. Lu Ming fought as he broke through. After countless attacks, the barrier to the 9th grade Master Realm finally loosened. Boom! In the end, there was a loud boom as the barrier was broken. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. And NBSP, hoo. Lu Ming's body seemed to be breathing. The essential qi in his body was getting stronger and thicker. Breakthrough. Lu Ming is breaking through. A Silavira-robed elder shouted madly. Chapter 127, You're not worthy to be my opponent. Oh my god, he's really breaking through. He's breaking through in the middle of a great battle. This is crazy. The crowd was already boiling. Lu Ming had actually made a breakthrough in the middle of an intense battle. How strong and determined did he need to be to achieve this? Ordinary people simply couldn't do it. Breakthrough? No, that's not right. In that case, Lu Ming did not reach 9th grade master realm before. This. Many of the disciples looked at each other. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming had not reached the 9th grade master realm. Previously, Lu Ming's performance was too strong, and his true qi was condensed and strong. Most of the disciples of the four courtyards naturally thought that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 9th grade master realm. Other than a few Silavira-robed elders and above who had already seen through it, most of the disciples thought so. Now, he suddenly realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th grade master realm. This was too unbelievable. All of them stood there with their mouths agape. And NBSP, hoo. The spirit qi between heaven and earth continued to gather towards Lu Ming. The aura on Lu Ming's body rose rapidly. Boom! Lu Ming's momentum was like a rainbow. He had officially stepped into the 9th grade master realm. Lu Ming, even if you have a breakthrough in your cultivation, what's the use? You're destined to lose today. Duanmu Yunyang roared after a brief moment of shock. Oh, really? Lan Yu. After stepping into the 9th grade master realm, Lu Ming's essential qi had doubled. The long spear swept out, and a thunderous sound was heard. Bang! Bang! As the spear swept across, the blood leopards exploded in the air one by one, but they continued to condense, but their speed was much slower than before. Duanmu Yunyang's move wasn't unbreakable. As long as the power reached a certain level, it would also collapse. Just like Zhang Muyun's control force, he destroyed this move in one move. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. Blood exterminating slash. Duanmu Yunyang roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a drop of blood essence in the blood. Duanmu Yunyang was going all out. He could not accept being defeated by Lu Ming. He had even forced out a drop of blood essence. One must know that there were only 9 drops of blood essence in the human body. It was extremely difficult to recover after using 1 drop. This was a matter that would greatly damage one's vitality. The blood condensed in the air and turned into blood leopards that pounced at Lu Ming. These blood leopards were more solid than the previous ones and were more powerful. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to break this. Go to hell. Duanmu Yunyang laughed crazily. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely cold. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He held his spear and stood quietly on the fighting ring. He looked indifferently at the blood leopard that was pouncing at him and muttered, Duanmu Yunyang, my cultivation base has already broken through. It's time to end this farce. What? Duanmu Yunyang was stunned. The presidents of the 4 great academies, the Silavira-robed elders, and the disciples of the 4 great academies were all stunned. A farce? What do you mean by that? But in the next moment, they knew what it meant. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Lu Ming's body. The aura was brutal and powerful. Everyone seemed to see a volcano erupting, and hot lava spewed out, wreaking havoc in the world. Force, the force of fire. All the disciples, Silavira-robed elders, and deans of the 4 great academies widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief as they looked at the tall figure on the fighting ring. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment, and the entire place was silent. Lu Ming had actually comprehended the control force. It was too shocking. It was already shocking enough that Zhang Muyun could comprehend force. However, he had already been in the sect for more than 3 years. But he had just entered this year. Break! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The surging aura, combined with his martial arts technique, turned into a spear ray and blasted out. Boom! The blood leopards that were pouncing towards Lu Ming were instantly crushed and dissipated into the air. The spear's radiance continued to bombard Duanmu Yunyang's body. Duanmu Yunyang let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying far away. Duanmu Yunyang has been defeated. It was not known who shouted, but it instantly ignited the entire scene, and the entire place fell into a clamor. Lu Ming. Zhang Muyun muttered as he stood up from his seat. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. The four chiefs and the sect leaders also stood up from their seats. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were different. Impossible. Impossible. How is that possible? Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao kept shaking their heads, finding it hard to accept this. Arg. Why? Why? On the battle stage, Duanmu Yunyang was struggling to get up. His hair was disheveled and he was shouting hysterically. He couldn't bear all this. Lu Ming looked at Duanmu Yunyang indifferently and said, Duanmu Yunyang, weren't you very confident before that you would never lose to me and that it would be the biggest joke in the world to lose to me? Then, what about now? Lu Ming took a step forward and glared at Duanmu Yunyang. Duanmu Yunyang, you're arrogant and conceited. You have no regard for anyone and keep saying that you want to take back the glory that belongs to you. Other than relying on your family, what are you? Without the Duanmu family, you are nothing. Lu Ming's every word was like a sharp blade, stabbing into Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, it's not like that. You're talking nonsense, you're talking nonsense. How could this be? Duanmu Yunyang's hair was disheveled as he shouted like a madman. Previously, he was extremely overbearing and confident. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all and thought that he would never lose. However, the reality was that he was defeated in front of everyone. To a proud person like him, it was a huge blow. Lu Ming, shut up. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Yunyang, wake up. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall wanted to use the same old trick to wake Duanmu Yunyang up. Unfortunately, Duanmu Yunyang didn't regain his consciousness like before. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He ignored the White Tiger Hall's dean and shouted, Duanmu Yunyang, you will never be my opponent after today's defeat. Furthermore, you are not worthy of being my opponent. You're not worthy to be my opponent. These words directly struck the depths of Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, I won't. I'm invincible. Duanmu Yunyang let out a loud cry. His eyes turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. Damn it, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. The White Tiger Hall's dean was furious. An aura as deep as the ocean rose from his body, powerful to the extreme, and pressed toward Lu Ming. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as if he was being crushed by a huge mountain. He was unparalleled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure was pushed back dozens of meters. Duanmu Pujuan, what are you doing? The Vermilion Bird Hall chief was furious. He also released a powerful aura to block the White Tiger Hall chief's aura. What are you doing? Lu Ming, that little bastard, deliberately destroyed Yunyang's state of mind and ruined his martial arts path. He deserves to be punished and killed. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall roared. Chapter 128, This is the true pinnacle of battle. Laughable. Lu Ming was fearless in the face of the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and faced the other party. What evil intentions? I'm only speaking the truth. If Duanmu Yunyang can't even withstand such a small blow, then what's the point of cultivating martial arts? Audacious. These were the words that emerged in everyone's hearts. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to talk back to the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. He was the headmaster of the hall. How audacious. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster's hair stood on end. As he roared, the clouds in the sky changed color. A 100-meter-long battle saber materialized, and its terrifying aura blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the entire area. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Boom! Boom! The chiefs of the Azure Dragon Hall and the Onyx Tortoise Hall burst with two powerful forces. The vast power spread out and covered the disciples of the two halls, blocking the powerful pressure. Duanmu Pajuan, don't you have any sense of shame? Do you want to attack a junior? The Vermilion Bird Hall chief's eyes turned cold. 100-meter-long giant sword appeared in the sky, and an aura that was no weaker than the White Tiger Hall chiefs burst forth. A saber and a sword shook as they faced each other. In the sky, rumbling sounds could be heard. The disciples of the four courtyards all looked at the sky in shock. Was this the strength of the four great academies' deans? With a single thought, the weather changed. This kind of power had already exceeded the scope of mortals and was too terrifying. The Xianyuan sect leader frowned and waved his hand. A gentle force surged out. However, this force seemed gentle, but it contained incredible power. The swords formed by the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird Hall deans were instantly destroyed, turning into energy and dissipating in the sky. You two are the deans of the first courtyard. How can you make a big fuss in front of the disciples? Injuries are inevitable on the fighting stage. Now, quickly get someone to carry Duanmu Yunyang down for treatment. A cold voice came from the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. Also, Lu Ming. The sect leader looked at Lu Ming and said, Dean Duanmu is the dean of the first institution, after all. You have to respect your seniors when you speak to them in the future. Don't go against your seniors just because you're young, understand? I know, sect leader. Lu Ming cupped his fists and quit while he was ahead. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall furrowed his brows. The sect leader was obviously trying to protect Lu Ming by directly pushing the blame of the rebuttal to Lu Ming's young age. He was at a loss for words. Today, Duanmu Yunyang had already lost enough face. If he wanted to pursue the matter, he would inevitably end up with a reputation of being a bully. That would be even more embarrassing. Lu Ming. A hint of killing intent flashed across the White Tiger Hall's headmaster's eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, he said, Take Yunyang back for treatment. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall immediately carried Duanmu Yunyang away. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Duanmu Yunyang's state of mind had already been broken. If he could not walk out of it, his martial path in this life would end here. It would be very difficult for him to continue. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. The judge announced. With the announcement of the judge, the disciples of the four halls turned their attention back to the competition. There's still one last round. Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming are going to face each other in this round. Which one of them will win? It's hard to say now. After all, the two of them have comprehended control force. I didn't expect this. After Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun's battle, I thought that there was no more suspense. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. It's beyond my imagination. A battle of the peak. This is a battle of the peak. The clash of power. This year's bronze level competition is too exciting. It was extremely rare for two bronze disciples to comprehend the control force. If one appeared, another would appear every few years. However, there might not be two at the same time even after decades. This was a rare situation, and everyone was looking forward to it. Before this, no one thought that Lu Ming was Zhang Muyun's match. However, after Lu Ming burst out with his aura, he was completely capable of fighting Zhang Muyun. The 9th round begins. After half an hour of rest, the judge announced the start of the 9th round. It was unknown if the ruling was intentional or if it was a coincidence, but the battle between Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming was placed at the end. The first 4 matches passed quickly. Duanmu Yunyang did not participate in the battle. Finally, it was the last match. The 5th match, Lu Ming vs. Zhang Muyun. With the judge's announcement, the bottom line ignited the atmosphere of the audience. Countless people began to shout. Lu Ming, you can do it. Lu Ming, senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to bear your children. Nest, will Lu Ming take a fancy to you? You're shameless, get lost. Lu Ming is definitely interested in me. You're the shameless one. Why don't you look in the mirror? Can you compare to me? The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall cheered for Lu Ming crazily. There were even many young female disciples who were shouting with infatuation. There were even some female disciples who were jealous and fought with each other. Lu Ming was young, but his cultivation level was extremely high. There was no need to mention his talent. Moreover, he was handsome and had a great attraction to girls. It was normal. Go, senior brother Zhang Muyun. Senior brother Zhang Muyun will definitely win. The Azure Dragon Hall's people were also shouting. Zhang Muyun's popularity was also extremely exuberant. It was just that he and Zhuo Yirong were already a public couple, which broke the hearts of many girls. The two of them entered the fighting ring amidst the cheers. After half an hour, Lu Ming had been shaken by the aura of the White Tiger Hall's dean. He had only suffered some minor injuries and was no longer in serious danger. Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect the final battle to be with you. Zhang Muyun smiled. His smile was gentle and comfortable. This wasn't an act, it was an innate ability. In fact, Zhang Muyun was very popular in the mystical sword sect. Not only was he talented, but he was also gentle and sincere. He would not act high and mighty just because he was talented. Therefore, Zhang Muyun's friends were all over the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He cupped his fists and said, Senior brother Zhang, it's my honor to be able to fight you. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I wanted to say. However, although junior brother Lu's talent is far above mine, it won't be that easy to defeat me today. Zhang Muyun smiled. I will do my best. Alright, let's do our best. The two of them looked at each other, and a powerful aura burst out from their bodies at the same time. One was extremely sharp and indestructible. A wave of violent heat burned everything. Boom! Even before he moved, the two's momentum had already begun to clash and collide. With a loud boom, the fighting ring was suddenly replaced by a sharp and hot aura, which spread out in all directions. The disciples on Lu Ming's side suddenly felt as if they were enveloped by a scorching and violent aura. It was as if they had been placed in a furnace and they felt extremely uncomfortable. On Zhang Muyun's side, everyone felt a sharp pain on their skin, as if they were being cut by sharp sword energy. If not for the Asilavira-robed elders' timely intervention, many of the weaker cultivators would have been severely injured on the spot. Level 4 Sword Art, Scorching Summer. Fire Gun Art, Mountain Collapse. The two of them launched their attacks at the same time, rushing towards each other. Chapter 129, Number 1 of the Four Courtyards. The two figures crossed the distance of 50 meters in an instant and collided. Clang! A strong wind blew, and the two of them flew back after the blow, but in the next moment, they continued to fight. Zhang Muyun's swordsmanship combined with metal force became extremely sharp. There was nothing that it couldn't break. On the other hand, Lu Ming's spear technique combined with the force of fire. It was overbearing and destructive. Both of them were the representatives of attacks and had extremely strong offensive power. Naturally, there was nothing fancy about the battle. They fought openly and wildly like a storm. The disciples of the Four Courtyards and the elders in the stands stared at the arena without blinking, staring at the two figures in the fierce battle on the fighting ring. For those who were not strong enough, they could only see two figures fighting on the fighting ring. They could not see the exact situation of the battle. Ding, 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 ding. In a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of moves, and the hot sparks flew everywhere. This kind of soul-shaking battle made everyone forget to breathe, and their faces were red. The explosions became more and more frequent, and the two of them fought faster and faster, their battle more and more intense. Wonderful, this is simply wonderful. You saw the details of their fight? It's exciting because I can't see it clearly. The insiders looked at the tricks, while the outsiders watched the fun. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation bases watched with great interest, while some of the disciples with higher cultivation bases watched with a serious expression. Sect leader, who do you think will win? A golden-robed elder asked the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect leader smiled and said, both of them have just comprehended their sure not long ago. They're both at the beginner level, so it's hard to tell who's stronger. Zhang Muyun's physical body and martial arts technique are stronger than Lu Ming's, but Lu Ming's cultivation technique is no small matter. His essential qi is rich and condensed, which is stronger than Zhang Muyun's. But from what I understand, Zhang Muyun has more than one black-level martial arts technique, and Lu Ming's blood meridian has not erupted either. However, Lu Ming's blood meridian is very peculiar, and it seems like it can only erupt for a few breaths. Hence, it's hard to predict the outcome of this battle. The two of them are both people with profound fortune, each with their own opportunities. A gold-robed elder sighed. After so many battles, the unique characteristics of Lu Ming's essential qi and blood could not be hidden from the eyes of the sect leader and the golden-robed elder of the mystical sword sect. However, in the world of martial Tao, everyone had their own opportunities. This was very normal. With their status, they naturally would not covet the opportunities of a few juniors. They were even happier when their disciples had opportunities. This way, the sect would become even stronger in the future. I can't win. Lu Ming must not win. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They kept screaming in their hearts, hoping that Zhang Muyun would win. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun had exchanged more than 100 moves. More than a minute has passed. There's less than a minute left before Zhang Muyun's bloodline power burst. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Two-handed sword doctrine. At that moment, a long sword appeared in Zhang Muyun's other hand. He held a long sword in each hand and attacked Lu Ming. Two-handed sword. Lu Ming was shocked. Not only him, but everyone else was also shocked. Two-handed swords were not something that just anyone could master. It could be said that only those with extraordinary talent could master it. Two-handed swords. The power of two swords working together was even stronger, and NBSP, whoosh. The entire sky was filled with sword shadows that were aimed at Lu Ming. There's actually such a move. Let's decide the winner. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, there was a flash of blood and his blood meridian exploded. Explode. Taking advantage of his blood meridian eruption, Lu Ming cast his strongest move. The true qi in his body rushed toward the long spear and gathered at the tip of the spear. It condensed into a point and then exploded. Boom. Clang. Clang. There was a violent explosion, followed by the rapid sound of metal clashing. Buzz. A figure flew out. It was Zhang Muyun. He was panting heavily, and a part of his sleeve had disappeared. Lu Ming stood where he was, panting heavily. Using the explosion consumed a lot of essential qi. However, he was unscathed. How is it? Everyone in the audience stared at the fighting ring with their hearts in their mouths. I've lost. Suddenly, Zhang Muyun sighed. What? Zhang Muyun admitted defeat. Could it be that the victor had already been decided? I think they're both fine. Are you blind? Didn't you see that part of Zhang Muyun's sleeve was shattered? Geniuses like them don't need to be injured to determine the winner. One move, or even half a move, would be enough to determine the winner. I see. Oh my god, isn't Lu Ming the first place this time? That's right. He's a dark horse, but he's a dark horse too. He's a dark horse all the way to the end. Before the start of the competition, no one had expected that Lu Ming would come in first. Most of the people felt that it was already very shocking that Lu Ming could enter the top 30. No one would think that Lu Ming would get first place, not even in their dreams. Almost everyone thought that the first place would be between Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang. But the truth made everyone's jaws drop. Impossible, impossible. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were dumbfounded. I can't let this go on. I can't let Lu Ming continue to develop. If this goes on, there will be no place for me in the future. I must think of a way to kill him. After recovering from his shock, Lu Yunxiong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Thanks for letting me win. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. The judge announced loudly. Boom. The crowd instantly boiled over, especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, who were screaming madly. Lu Ming is invincible. Long live Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I love you. All the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, regardless of gender, started to scream. It was no wonder they were so crazy. All these years, the Vermilion Bird Hall had always been at the bottom of the 4 halls and had been ridiculed by the other halls. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel sullen. But now, a new disciple from the Vermilion Bird Hall had won the bronze level competition. This was an honor for the entire Vermilion Bird Hall. They felt like they had won and could hold their heads up high. Naturally, they went crazy. Among them, Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others were the loudest. Lu Ming walked down the Colosseum with a smile. Naturally, he was surrounded by a group of Vermilion Bird Hall disciples. Some female disciples, in particular, were trying their best to squeeze themselves onto Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was not a gentleman, he was still embarrassed. It took her a lot of effort to squeeze to Mulan's side. Hey, you guys are too disloyal. Why didn't you come and help me? Lu Ming was sweating profusely. It was more tiring than having a big battle. Lu Ming, you're the most popular person in the Vermilion Bird Hall now. It feels good, right? Mulan seemed to be smiling yet not. Chapter 130, Generous Reward. Senior Sister Mulan, I've won first place now. I can name the reward as I wish. Lu Ming sized Mulan up and smiled. The smile on Mulan's face instantly disappeared. She became flustered and blushed as she cried out, Lu Ming, you. What are you looking at? You're so young, yet you're always thinking of such shameless things. Shameless business? Senior Sister Mulan, are you mistaken? I'm just thinking about what kind of reward I should get. What are you thinking? Lu Ming pretended not to know anything and said in surprise, especially the last sentence, which was dragged out. Lu Ming. You. Mulan was a little overwhelmed. Giggle. Feng Wu chuckled. She had suffered this move from Lu Ming before. Then tell me now, what reward do you want? Mulan forced herself to remain calm as she asked. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. Lu Ming smiled. Cunning. At the side, Feng Wu and the rest gave Lu Ming a contemptuous look. At this moment, the judge began to announce the rankings. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was ranked first with a record of total victory. Zhang Muyun had 8 wins and 1 loss, so he was ranked second. As for Duan Muyunyang, although he was absent from the battle, his battle prowess was obvious to all. After a discussion among the elders, he was ranked third. Bu Xingkai was fourth, Duan Gang was fifth, Ling Kong was sixth, Duan Mu Chen was seventh, Cheng Feichen was eighth, and Zhuo Yirong ninth. Dong Ce was the most miserable. With a record of complete defeat, he was ranked 10th. Among the top 10, the White Tiger Hall had 4 people. Moreover, they were all ranked very high, so their total points were first. The Vermilion Bird Hall had 2 people. However, since Lu Ming was ranked first, his total points jumped to second place. The 3 from Azure Dragon Hall were ranked third. The Onyx Tortoise Hall only had Duan Gang, and he was ranked fourth. When the ranking of the 4 halls came out, the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, the Vermilion Bird Hall Dean, and the elders were all ecstatic. The Vermilion Bird Hall was supposed to be at the bottom, but now, they had suddenly shot up to second place. In the coming year, the sect's resources would definitely be inclined towards the Vermilion Bird Hall. Moreover, the New Year's recruitment was about to begin in 3 months. By then, Lu Ming's reputation would definitely attract many young talents to join the Vermilion Bird Hall. This would be a virtuous cycle. In a few years' time, the Vermilion Bird Hall would become truly powerful and would no longer be at the bottom. After announcing the rankings, it was time to announce the rewards. Lu Ming was ranked first and the reward was very generous. You can go to the book collection hall and choose 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, in addition to the reward of 100,000 contribution points. The rewards were extremely generous. The second and third place could choose the reward of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, as well as the reward of 80,000 and 50,000 contribution points, respectively. The 4th to 10th place would not be rewarded with any martial arts techniques, only contribution points. Now, follow me to receive your reward. The judge said. Today's competition ended here. Tomorrow, the Esilavira disciple competition would continue. The disciples of the 4 courtyards slowly dispersed. Lu Ming followed the judge and went to the library. Zhang Muyun was also with him. Duanmu Yunyang was currently unconscious, so he could only collect it in the future. At that moment, Lu Ming's identity jade card had an additional 100,000 contribution points. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the library. Lu Ming, according to the rules, you can choose 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, but you can also combine 2 martial arts techniques into one. You can choose 1 black-grade high-level martial arts technique. The judge said to Lu Ming. I can choose a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, I'd advise you to choose 2 black-level low-grade martial arts techniques. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the judge warned him. Oh. Why? Lu Ming asked. Because the martial arts technique's reward is only for you to learn and cultivate on your own, and cannot be privately passed on to others, nor can it be sold. Although a black-grade high-level martial arts technique is more precious than 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, with your current cultivation, it is too difficult to cultivate a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. And choosing a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, with your talent, you can cultivate it, this is the most cost-effective. The judge explained seriously. Thank you for your warning, elder, but I'm free to decide, Lu Ming said after some thought. Lu Ming still intended to choose a black-level high-level martial arts technique. After all, there was a wonderful chanting sound in the Supreme Shrine that could help him understand martial arts techniques. Others might not be able to cultivate it, but it did not mean that he could not. Seeing that Lu Ming had already made up his mind, the judge did not try to persuade him anymore. He greeted the elder who was guarding the door and Lu Ming walked into the library with Zhang Muyun. The book collection hall was divided into 7 floors. The first level stored some unrated cultivation methods and martial techniques. The second floor stored yellow-grade lower-level martial arts techniques. The third floor stored yellow-rank upper-class martial arts techniques. And so on, the 7th floor would be the upper earth-level martial arts techniques. Earth-grade top level was the highest level martial skill in the mystical sword sect. It was extremely rare and precious. Zhang Muyun came to the 4th level while Lu Ming walked towards the 5th level. The 5th floor was filled with black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial techniques. The 5th level was not big. There were only 9 Shilavirs. Lu Ming took a glance and saw that there were only about 50 cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. The huge mystical sword sect had been established for thousands of years, but there were only 50 or so black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. It could be seen how precious and rare black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were. Lu Ming read the books one by one. Lu Ming directly ignored the cultivation techniques. Lu Ming had the true war dragon technique and did not care about the other cultivation techniques. Lu Ming also ignored the sword and knife techniques. After a while, Lu Ming finally saw the one-step spear technique. Meteor spear technique. The spear strikes were like meteors, and its power was astonishing. After hesitating for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. For spear techniques, he had the fire gun art. He had not yet cultivated the fire gun art to the highest level, but it was enough for him in a short time. Even if he chose a black-grade high-level spear technique, it would not increase his battle strength much in a short period of time. He continued reading. A moment later, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Soaring steps. Lu Ming saw a movement martial arts technique. Sky steps, when cultivated to a profound level, could allow one to walk in the air and cross the void. Lu Ming was very tempted to cross the void. Who wouldn't want to be like a bird, able to soar through the 9 heavens and look down at the mountains and rivers? However, only when a warrior reached the martial arts grandmaster realm could he truly break free from the shackles of the earth and soar above the 9 heavens. However, it was actually possible to do it with the step in the air. Although it was noted at the back that it was only a short walk in the air and could not really cross the air like a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse, it was still very attractive. Lu Ming chose the air walk without any hesitation. He came to the entrance of the library hall and handed the secret manual to the elder of the library hall. You must return it within 2 months. The elder of the book collection hall registered and warned. Lu Ming nodded. He took the manual and bade the judge farewell before heading to the Vermilion Bird Hall. Chapter 131, Training in the Air Walk. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi were all there when he returned to the dormitory. Lu Ming, you won first place this time and received such a huge reward. Aren't you going to show me some respect? As soon as he returned, Feng Wu stared at him with her big eyes. That's right. I've made some contributions to collecting information on the geniuses on the bronze list. Don't I get any reward? Hua Qi also said with a smile. Pang Shi scratched his head. I don't think that's a good idea. After all, senior brother Lu Ming won it with his own strength. Idiot, shut up. Feng Wu and Hua Qi spoke in unison, and Pang Shi immediately shut his mouth. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He then smiled and waved his hand. Let's go to the contribution hall. Just tell me what you want. This time, he was rewarded with 100,000 contribution points. In addition to the remaining contribution points from before, Lu Ming had a shocking number of more than 110,000 contribution points. Naturally, he was very generous. Lu Ming, you said it yourself. Let's go. Feng Wu said with a smile, leading the way to the contribution hall. This isn't very good. Pang Shi muttered non-stop as Hua Qi dragged him toward the contribution points. Lu Ming smiled faintly. When they arrived at the contribution hall, Hua Qi and Feng Wu quickly listed out a bunch of items. It seemed that they had long planned to rip Lu Ming off. However, the items they reported weren't very high grade, so the prices weren't very high. The beautifying pill and skin-nourishing pill that Feng Wu had listed were very low in price, leaving Lu Ming speechless. Hua Qi chose some medicinal pills for cultivation and a spirit weapon. Pang Shi was left to ponder for a long time, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Lu Ming immediately exchanged for some pills that could increase his cultivation. He dragged him to the library and asked him to choose a yellow-level upper-level martial arts technique. He had spent a total of 20,000 contribution points. Since they were all friends, Lu Ming did not feel any heartache. Holding the items she had exchanged for, Feng Wu was smiling so hard that she couldn't keep her eyes open. Hua Qi and Pang Shi were also smiling. After sending Feng Wu and the other two back, Lu Ming returned to the contribution hall and began to pick out the items for himself. With so many contribution points, it was only natural that they had to be converted into strength. First, Lu Ming had to choose a long spear. The fire-patterned spear from before was not of much use anymore, especially during the battle with Zhang Muyun. The explosion at the end had caused the spearhead to crack. Now, he wanted to choose a spear of higher quality. It had to be at least a third-grade spirit weapon. However, there were not many spear-type spirit weapons in the mystical sword sect. After a long time, Lu Ming only picked one. The fiery tongue spear was a spiritual weapon of lower level 3. The spear body was 8 feet long and made of fiery tongue iron, which had excellent flexibility and toughness. The tip of the spear was 8 inches long and made of runic gold steel. It was extremely hard. The long spear weighed 3,600 catties. Lu Ming held it in his hands and shook it gently. And NBSP, hoo. The long spear swayed and pierced through the air, emitting a whistling sound. Such a heavy long spear could blow a person apart with a casual sweep. Lu Ming was quite satisfied. At least it was much stronger than the fire-pattern gun. Just this spear alone cost him 10,000 contribution points. Lu Ming then exchanged for a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and a section of the red-horned tiger's horn. He spent a total of 50,000 contribution points on these two items. This was because these two items were the materials required to cultivate the third level of the true war dragon technique. They were extremely precious and their prices were astonishingly high. However, Lu Ming was already overjoyed that he could exchange for it. This was because he had now gathered all 4 of the main ingredients required to cultivate the third stage of the true war dragon technique. Dark bloodstone, flame crystal grass, 1,000-year blood ginseng, red-horned tiger's horn. Then, he exchanged for the remaining supplementary materials and 10 portions of Class 9 second-level demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming immediately became a pauper again. He was only left with a few hundred contribution points. If others were to find out about this rate of spending, they would probably be scared to death. However, Lu Ming did not care at all. After returning to the dormitory and entering the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming could not wait to open the high-altitude steps and started to watch it. 2 hours later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual and began to comprehend it. The chanting of sutras could be heard from the highest point of the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming's mind was extremely clear, and his understanding of the soaring steps was slowly deepening. A few hours later, Lu Ming moved. His body was as light as a feather as he flickered on the platform. After a long while, Lu Ming stopped. A black-grade high-level martial arts technique is indeed difficult to cultivate. Previously, I still had the soaring cloud steps as a foundation, but if I want to cultivate it to the first stage, I will still need some time. Black-grade high-level martial arts techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. According to common sense, only high-level great martial masters were qualified to cultivate them. Correspondingly, it was also very powerful. As long as one cultivated the first stage, its power would far exceed the 6th stage of the yellow rank upper grade movement technique, soaring cloud steps. As long as it was cultivated to the 3rd level, its power would be comparable to the 6th level of a black grade low level martial arts technique. Continue. After that, Lu Ming began to cultivate again. Following that, Lu Ming mainly cultivated the high air steps and the fire controlling gun technique. He spent the rest of his time devouring demonic beasts' blood essence to improve his cultivation. Time passed day by day. The competition between the Esilavira disciples in the great competition of the 4 courtyards had also ended. The battles on the Esilavira list were completely different from those on the bronze list. On the Esilavira ranking, Duanmu Lin had an absolute advantage. He had swept away all his opponents and was ranked first. Duanmu Lin was known as one of the 4 geniuses of the mystical sword sect. He was so powerful that no one could compare to him because the other 3 geniuses were all disciples of the Qilin Hall. Duanmu Lin was the only one who was ranked among the 4 great geniuses. Of course, the gold disciples here were not included. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he continued to cultivate. 10 days later, Lu Ming finally succeeded in cultivating the air walk. He had entered the first level and had a basic understanding of it. The 10 portions of demonic beast blood essence were also completely devoured. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was at 9th grade master realm. Devouring 9th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence would increase his cultivation very slowly. The 10 portions of demonic beast blood essence had only increased Lu Ming's cultivation by a small step, not even reaching the peak of the early 9th grade master realm. Cultivation can't be rushed, especially after reaching the 9th grade master realm. You need to accumulate. For example, Zhang Muyun and the others have been stuck at this realm for a few years. Now, I'll begin cultivating the 3rd stage of the True War Dragon technique. Lu Ming pondered and then took out the dark bloodstone and other materials. According to the True War Dragon technique's record, after it was done, he swallowed it in one gulp and began to break through to the 3rd stage of the True War Dragon technique. At the 3rd stage of the True War Dragon technique, the density of his essential qi was 4 times that of ordinary essential qi. As long as he could break through, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase by a large margin. Boom! Boom! The essential qi in Lu Ming's body seemed to be about to explode. The power was shocking. One could vaguely hear roars coming out. Half a day later, the sound disappeared and everything calmed down. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Is this the 3rd stage of the True War Dragon technique? It is indeed powerful. A glint of joy flashed across Lu Ming's eyes as he felt the rich and condensed essential qi in his body. If he were to fight Zhang Muyun again, he was confident that he could defeat him without using his bloodline. It wasn't just one move, it was a complete victory. Now I can go to the mountain range by the sea to cultivate. I can practice my martial skills and kill demonic beasts to improve my cultivation. Lu Ming made up his mind. He packed his things and headed to the mountain range by the sea. The last time Lu Ming went to the coastal mountain range to practice his spear arts, he had only gone 200 miles deep and there were not many powerful demonic beasts. This time, Lu Ming decided to go deeper. A day later, Lu Ming was 500 miles into the mountain range by the sea. Chapter 132, Level 3 Demonic Beast, Demonic Core. Roar. The demonic beast's roars were as loud as thunder. The number of demonic beasts gradually increased here. At any time, one could see demonic beasts of class 7, 8, and even 9 of class 2 rushing by. Roar. A 5-meter-tall, majestic earth-shattering bear pounced at Lu Ming. The earth-shattering bear was at class 9 level 2. Broken armor. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The fiery tongue spear transformed into a ray of light and pierced through the earth-shattering bear's chest. The earth-shattering bear roared a few times before it fell heavily to the ground and stopped breathing. He controlled his bloodline and devoured the earth-shattering bear's blood essence. Not long after, he refined it. Now that he had cultivated the True War Dragon technique to the 3rd stage, the energy required to increase his cultivation was even more terrifying. The blood essence of a class 9 level 2 demonic beast was really insignificant. This earth-shattering bear's fur is valuable, but it's too troublesome to skin it, so I'll pass. Lu Ming shook his head. Many materials from the demonic beasts were valuable, but it was troublesome to clean them up. Lu Ming usually did not care about them. In his opinion, he would rather spend this time cultivating and killing more demonic beasts to devour their blood essence. It's said that when a demonic beast reaches the Great Martial Master realm, a demonic core will be formed in its body. It's a good material for alchemy and weapons. We can collect it. CSI. At this moment, a hissing sound was heard. At the same time, a disgusting stench was emitted. Who? There was a strong gust of wind and a black shadow came crashing down on Lu Ming from the sky. Lu Ming's figure moved and he instantly floated back 30 meters to avoid the attack. Boom! The spot where Lu Ming was standing earlier was heavily hit by the black shadow. Rocks flew everywhere and a 10-meter-long ravine appeared. What a huge snake! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Sisigu. A pungent smell assailed his nostrils. A giant snake that was thicker than a water tank and more than 30 meters long appeared before Lu Ming. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and its eyes were red. When it stood up, it was 6 meters tall. It was the tail of the python that had smashed at him. Iron-scaled giant python. It seems that it has reached the first grade of level 3. Lu Ming's heart stirred. CSI. The iron-scaled giant python hissed, then its strong and powerful body bounced and pounced toward Lu Ming at an unbelievable speed. Sky step. Lu Ming's toes moved and his body seemed to be weightless. He floated up and appeared on the iron-scaled giant python's head like a phantom. Landslide. The long spear smashed down on the iron-scaled giant python's head with a terrifying force. Bang! The spear landed heavily on the python's head. The iron-scaled giant python hissed and its huge body was sent flying by Lu Ming. It rolled dozens of meters away, and 7 or 8 trees that were large enough for several people to wrap their arms around were crushed by the python. CSI. The iron-scaled giant python struggled to get up. There was a gash on its head, and blood was flowing out. It looked at Lu Ming with fear in its eyes. As expected of a first-tier 3rd-level iron-scaled giant python. Its defense is really strong. Lu Ming licked his lips, feeling a little dissatisfied. If others were to see this, they would probably die of jealousy. This was a level 3 demonic beast, which was equivalent to the martial grandmaster realm. Moreover, iron-scaled pythons were known for their strong defense. To put it bluntly, if it was an ordinary 9th grade master realm martial artist, even if the iron-scaled python didn't resist and just lay there for them to attack, they wouldn't be able to break its defense. Now, Lu Ming had severely injured the iron-scaled giant python with one shot and he was still not satisfied. The iron-scaled giant python began to retreat and turned to run. You want to run? Leave behind the monster core and blood essence. It was not easy for him to encounter a first-grade 3rd-level demonic beast. Naturally, Lu Ming would not let it go. His body moved and he charged towards the iron-scaled giant python. A few minutes later, the iron-scaled giant python's corpse was lying in the forest. Its head had been pierced by Lu Ming's spear. I have no problem killing a first-grade great martial master with my current combat strength. I wonder if I can kill a 2nd-grade great martial master. Lu Ming pondered. After the battle with the iron-scaled giant python, Lu Ming had a clearer understanding of his own combat strength. Even a normal 1st-grade great martial master wouldn't be able to resist him. However, the gap between each grade of the great martial master realm was even greater, much greater than the gap between the 1st grade of the martial master realm. Therefore, Lu Ming would not jump to conclusions about the 2nd-grade great martial master realm without fighting them. He immediately controlled his bloodline and devoured the iron-scaled giant python's blood essence. As expected of a class 1 level 3 demonic beast. The essence of its blood is much stronger than that of a class 2 demonic beast. Feeling the waves of energy in his blood, Lu Ming absorbed and refined it with all his might. His cultivation base was clearly growing rapidly. The blood essence of a class 1 level 3 demonic beast was a dozen times more than that of a class 9 level 2 demonic beast. When all the blood essence was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the early 9th grade master realm. Buzz! At this moment, a burst of bloody light burst out of his spirit-devouring bloodline, and a 5th chakra emerged on top of the original 4 chakra. His bloodline had advanced to the 5th level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since he had advanced to the 4th level, his blood meridian had not leveled up for a long time. During this period, he had devoured so much blood essence. Finally, now that he had accumulated enough, he advanced another level. And NBSP, hoo. When the 5th level bloodline was activated, the speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth was greatly increased. Moreover, the speed of devouring and refining blood essence would be faster and stronger. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed heartily. After that, Lu Ming took out a sword and dug out a pearl the size of a longan from the python's body. This was the iron-scaled giant python's demonic core, which contained a huge amount of energy. Apart from the blood essence, it was the part of a demonic beast that contained the most energy. It could be said that 80% of a demonic beast's energy was in its blood essence and demonic core. The demonic core contains a lot of energy. Alchemists can use it to refine pills, but it has more impurities than blood essence. Can my bloodline devour and refine it? Lu Ming could not help but think of this problem. His bloodline was very special. Back in the Dark Blood Mountain, his bloodline could even devour and refine the highly toxic red liquid. Could the monster core do the same? If possible, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would increase by another level. He no longer had to worry about not having enough energy to cultivate due to his cultivation of the true war dragon technique becoming more and more profound. Moreover, demonic cores of the same level were much cheaper than blood essence. Lu Ming put his thoughts into action. He entered the Supreme Shrine and controlled his blood meridian. A powerful devouring force was produced. With a swish, the demonic core in Lu Ming's hand was directly devoured by the soul-devouring bloodline. Whoosh! Then, his blood vessels let out a sizzling sound. After a while, a huge amount of energy essence gushed into Lu Ming's body. It's really possible. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He immediately circulated the true war dragon technique and started cultivating. Half an hour later, the demonic core had been completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle 9th grade master realm. That's great. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He realized that the demon core had improved his cultivation more than the blood essence. This was because the bloodline would devour half of the energy in the blood essence, but the monster core would not. It was completely used to improve cultivation. However, refining the demon pill was slower than refining the blood essence, but these were all small problems. Chapter 133, Meeting Chiu Yu again. It seems that the function of my bloodline is even more amazing than I thought. I still need to develop more. Lu Ming was prepared to experiment more. Immediately, his figure flickered and he left the place to look for other demonic beasts. Not long after, he discovered another use for the bloodline. When Lu Ming was devouring the blood essence of a demonic beast, he focused his mind and intentionally allowed the blood meridian to devour the energy of the blood essence completely. As expected, the spirit-devouring blood meridian had completely absorbed the blood essence and did not give Lu Ming any energy. On the contrary, Lu Ming wanted to use all the energy in the blood essence to increase his cultivation, but he could not do it. Half of it would be absorbed by the spirit-devouring bloodline. In other words, he could use a portion of blood essence to increase the grade of his bloodline, but not all of it to increase his cultivation. This was even better. In the future, he would use the monster core to improve his cultivation level and the blood essence to improve his bloodline level. This way, the level of his bloodline could be upgraded faster. However, there were very few level 3 demonic beasts in this area. Most of them were level 2 demonic beasts. Lu Ming decided to go deeper. A day later, in a valley, Lu Ming saw a giant ape that was 10 meters tall. Its roar was like thunder and its aura was like a mountain. Lu Ming was so frightened that he ran away. This giant ape was at least 4th grade 3rd level and above. It was extremely powerful, and Lu Ming was no match for it. Lu Ming only stopped after more than 10 miles. It wasn't easy to find a suitable demonic beast. It was either too low level or too high level. In the days that followed, Lu Ming hunted demonic beasts in the mountains by the sea while cultivating his martial arts techniques. Of course, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating the body tempering technique, the flaming Vajra art. He would take some time to cultivate it every day. However, the path of body tempering was a cultivation technique that required constant grinding and progress was extremely slow. Just like that, a month passed. Finally, his Midair step had broken through to the 2nd level. Within a month, Lu Ming had killed 8 1st-grade 3rd-level demonic beasts, and his cultivation had broken through to the late 9th-grade master realm. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating the air walk. The elevation of the Midair step to the 2nd level was even more mysterious. Lu Ming's body seemed to be weightless, but he could walk on the branches and jump a distance of 50 meters before landing. Buzz! After a few leaps, Lu Ming had reached a mountain peak that was a few hundred meters high. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He heard the sound of fighting. It was not a battle between demonic beasts, but a battle between humans and demonic beasts. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming leaped down from the mountain peak. His body was as light as a swallow, and he rushed toward the source of the sound like a big bird. After 1,000 meters, the sound gradually became clear. The roars of demonic beasts and the shrieks of humans could be clearly heard. After turning into a dense forest, the scene in front of them came into view. 8 young men and women stood in the forest. They were not very old, the oldest only 17 or 18 years old. However, each of them had an imposing appearance and a dense and condensed aura. They were all experts. A little further in front, a young man holding a spear was fighting with a demonic beast. That demonic beast was already riddled with injuries. It was only a matter of time before it was killed. Class 1 Level 3 Demonic Beast. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly focused and he was somewhat shocked. He could clearly see that the young man was only a peak 9th grade martial master. For a peak 9th grade martial master to be able to fight a 1st grade 3rd level demonic beast and completely suppress it, such combat strength would rank him in the top 3 of the bronze list. However, Lu Ming definitely did not know the teenager. Who were these youths? How could he have such battle prowess? All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu's long dress fluttered in the wind, her black hair reached her waist, her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, her skin was like jade, and her figure was graceful. She was even more beautiful than before. Junior brother Wang has improved a lot recently. He can now kill a class 1 level 3 demonic beast on his own. A young man laughed. As a disciple of the Qilin Hall, it's a basic requirement for a peak 9th grade master realm to kill a class 1 level 3 demonic beast. Don't compare us to the trash from the 4 halls. A cold and arrogant voice sounded. You're right, senior brother Jian. The other young men quickly said. Who's sneaky over there? Get out here. Suddenly, a young man turned around and shouted in Lu Ming's direction. The others all looked over. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had been discovered. He immediately stepped out. Where did this piece of shit come from? You actually peeked at us while we were cultivating. Do you know that this is a serious crime? A cold voice was heard. A young man in a Silavira outfit looked at Lu Ming coldly. From the voice, it was the cold and arrogant young man from before. Lu Ming frowned. This person really made him speechless. He had only taken a few glances. Piece of shit, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? The cold-looking young man said coldly. Young master, why are you here? Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard. Chiu Yu looked at Lu Ming in surprise, then took a few steps forward and appeared beside him. Chiu Yu, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled. Young master, it has been a long time. I didn't expect to see you here. Chiu Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with joy and a deep sense of longing. On the other side, the other young men were stunned. Young master. Chiu Yu actually called this young man young master. The cold-looking young man's face was extremely gloomy as he asked, Chiu Yu, what did you call him? Young master. That's right. He's my young master. Jian Wuchen, you'd better be more respectful when you speak. Chiu Yu's voice turned cold and her eyes were filled with disgust. Show respect? Ha ha ha, kid, are you a disciple of one of the 4 great academies? Jian Wuchen asked. Not bad. Lu Ming said indifferently. Chiu Yu, did you hear that? He's just a piece of trash from the 4 great academies. How could he be qualified to be your young master? Chiu Yu, we are all martial artists with special bloodlines. How noble are we? This lowly piece of trash isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Chiu Yu, you should just tell him to get lost. Jian Wuchen's eyes were cold and arrogant. He looked down at Lu Ming with disdain. It was like a high and mighty emperor looking at a beggar. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This guy was too full of himself. Buzz! A white light flashed in Chiu Yu's hand and a scimitar as cold as ice appeared. She pointed it at Jian Wuchen and said coldly, Jian Wuchen, if you insult the young master again, I will fight you. The cold killing intent gushed out, and the temperature within a radius of dozens of meters dropped sharply, as if winter had come. Lu Ming was surprised. It seemed that Chiu Yu's cultivation had reached an extremely high level after not seeing her for a while. Chiu Yu, you actually drew your sword against me for a lowly bastard? Hateful! You should die! Jian Wuchen roared. He could not bear it. Idiot! Lu Ming suddenly shook his head. Jian Wuchen was stunned for a moment, then he burst out with cold killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, Little bastard, what did you say? Chapter 134, Chapter 134 Ice Bloodline. Lu Ming smiled faintly and reached out to grab Chiu Yu's hand. He then looked at Jian Wuchen and said, Can't you see that Chiu Yu cares a lot about me? You're scolding me like this in front of the person she cares about. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Bastard, let go of your dog paws. Jian Wuchen's eyes turned red when he saw Lu Ming holding Chiu Yu's hand. From the first time he saw Chiu Yu, he had already made her his woman. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to hold Chiu Yu's hand. Even he had never touched Chiu Yu's hand. How dare this bastard? How was he worthy? The fire of jealousy in his heart was about to burn the 9 heavens. Buzz! He took a step forward and closed in on Lu Ming in an instant. He swung his palm at Lu Ming. It was only a palm, but it gave off the feeling of a peerless divine sword being unsheathed. Jian Wuchen, what are you doing? Chiu Yu was shocked and wanted to stand in front of Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. His fist and Jian Wuchen's palm collided. Boom! With a loud bang, the force spread in all directions. The mountain under Lu Ming and Jian Wuchen's feet seemed to have been plowed, and deep ravines appeared. With a slight sway, the two of them each took 2 steps back. Jian Wuchen, stop! Chiu Yu stood in front of Lu Ming and glared at Jian Wuchen. Seeing Chiu Yu's expression, Jian Wuchen stopped. However, his expression turned even uglier. He stared at Lu Ming and said, You little bastard, you're actually capable enough to receive 30% of my power. It seems that you're on the so-called bronze list of the 4 great courtyards, right? You're not bad to be able to force me to use 20% of my power. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. 20% of my power. Ha ha ha, you're really good at talking without thinking, aren't you afraid of people laughing at you? Jian Wuchen laughed with a mocking expression. The other young men also showed a mocking smile. Lu Ming said that he had only used 20% of his strength. Who would believe that? Lu Ming sneered and could not be bothered to explain. Since you said you only used 20% of your power, then I'd like to see how strong you are at 100%. Jian Wuchen sneered. With a sword cry, an ancient combat sword appeared above his head. This combat sword looked like it was full of the marks of time. It was very ancient, as if it had been passed down from ancient times. It was Jian Wuchen's bloodline. Weapon-type bloodlines were all special bloodlines that were extremely mysterious and difficult to fathom. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen a special bloodline. As soon as the sword-shaped bloodline appeared, Jian Wuchen's body was surrounded by sharp sword qi. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. What did he have to fear with a special bloodline? He could tell that Jian Wuchen was also a peak 9th grade master realm. Just as Lu Ming was about to unleash his cultivation to fight Jian Wuchen, Qiu Yu shouted angrily, Jian Wuchen, if you dare to attack me today, you and I will be mortal enemies from now on. Qiu Yu's words were firm and unquestionable. You. Jian Wuchen was furious, but he couldn't do anything. The sword-shaped bloodline disappeared, and his aura weakened. Young master, let's go. Qiu Yu grabbed Lu Ming's hand and dragged him outside. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and allowed Qiu Yu to pull him forward, disappearing from the scene. Senior brother Jian, a mere piece of trash from the 4 great academies, dares to talk back to you and be so close to junior sister Chuyue. He really deserves to die. Another youth said. Jian Wuchen's eyes burned with jealousy and killing intent as he looked in the direction where Lu Ming and Qiu Yu had disappeared. That kid can take a strike with 30% of senior brother Jian's strength. He must be on the so-called bronze ranking. Hee, if our Qilin Hall doesn't come out, these people on the bronze ranking will really think that they are geniuses. What a joke. A young man in a blue robe laughed. It's time for our Qilin Hall to go out for a walk. Otherwise, the other 4 halls will forget about us and look down on us. Jian Wuchen said coldly. Whoosh. The next moment, he turned into a sword light and dashed toward the Class 1 Level 3 demonic beast. The demonic beast was directly cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. Qiu Yu pulled Lu Ming along and walked for a few miles before stopping. Young master, although Jian Wuchen is detestable and annoying, his talent is terrifyingly high. His combat strength is extremely powerful. It's not suitable for you to fight him now. Qiu Yu explained to Lu Ming, afraid that he would feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled and reached out to scratch the tip of Qiu Yu's nose. If you didn't pull me away, I would have beaten him to the ground. Qiu Yu blinked her eyes and blushed. She didn't take it seriously and said, Young master, during this period of time, Chuyue missed you very much. Did you? At this point, Qiu Yu's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. She could not continue. Our Qiu Yu is so beautiful, how can young master not miss you? I've been thinking about you all this time. Lu Ming leaned over and whispered into Qiu Yu's ear. Qiu Yu's face turned even redder, and even her neck was completely red. Really? Really? Of course it's true. When has young master ever lied to you? Lu Ming said with a serious look. A happy smile appeared on Qiu Yu's face, but the next moment, a worried expression appeared on her face. It's a pity that master doesn't allow me to go out for now. Unless I'm a 4th grade great martial master or above, Qiu Yu can stay by young master's side. Qiu Yue, have you awakened your bloodline? Lu Ming asked, feeling curious. It's awakened. Young master, look. As she said that, a blood-red light flashed on Qiu Yu's back and a snow-white ball of air appeared. At the same time, a cold air filled the air. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation base, he felt cold all over. What shocked Lu Ming even more was the 8 blood-red chakra on the snow-white mass. 8 meridian cycles, level 8 blood meridian. Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. The next moment, Qiu Yu retracted her bloodline, and the temperature of the arena rose again. Qiu Yue, could this be the ice bloodline? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Yup. Qiu Yu nodded. It's indeed the ice bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. There were several types of special bloodlines. The most common bloodlines were weapon-type bloodlines, and there was also a natural-type bloodline. For example, ice, fire, wind, blood, lightning, and so on. This type of bloodline was born from nature and was naturally compatible with these elements. It was extremely wondrous and powerful. Cultivating related martial skills and even understanding their corresponding aura gave him a unique advantage. However, natural-type bloodlines were too rare. There was only 1 in a billion people. Furthermore, the grade of his bloodline was as high as rank 8, which made it even rarer. One had to know that even though Duanmu Lin was known as a peerless genius, his bloodline was only at rank 7. Most of the mystical sword sect's newcomer kings only had 6th-level bloodlines. It was no wonder that Qiu Yu's master wanted her to reach the 4th-grade Great Martial Master realm before letting her go out and explore. If the other sects were to find out about his talent, they would most likely send people to assassinate him. Chapter 135, Chapter 135 Zhang Muyun's engagement. The reason why the disciples of Qilin Hall were so mysterious and hidden so deeply was because they were a form of protection from being assassinated by other sections. You have to listen to your master. Your master is doing this for your own good. Lu Ming said seriously. I understand, young master. It's just that I can't be by your side to take care of you now. Qiu Yu stuck out her tongue. Then you'll have to work hard on your cultivation. When you reach the 4th-grade Great Martial Master realm or above, young master will take you to roam the world. Lu Ming encouraged. Really? Young master, you're not allowed to lie. Qiu Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course it's true. When has young master ever lied to you? Lu Ming smiled. Time passed as the two of them chatted. Soon, more than an hour had passed. Young master, I'm leaving. Master should be looking for me. Qiu Yu said reluctantly. Go. With your talent, we'll be able to roam the world together very soon. Lu Ming pinched Qiu Yu's face and smiled. Qiu Yu's big eyes were glistening with tears. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming on the cheek. Then, she turned and ran away with a flushed face. Like a frightened rabbit, she ran very quickly and disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Sensing the faint moisture and fragrance on his face, Lu Ming smiled and whispered, This girl, I haven't seen her for a while and she's become a lot braver. Shaking his head slightly, he turned around and left. In the following days, he continued to cultivate and hunt demonic beasts. His martial arts and cultivation were both improving steadily. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. This month's harvest was gratifying. The fire gun spell finally made a breakthrough and reached the 6th level, the realm of man and martial arts as one. However, he had only cultivated the soaring steps to the peak of the 2nd level. He had yet to break through to the 3rd level. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th grade master realm. The next step would be the Grand Master realm. I should go back. Lu Ming had been in the coastal mountain range for more than 2 months. The path of cultivation was one of tension and relaxation. One could not just cultivate blindly. Bitter cultivation might not necessarily have good results. Lu Ming made his way to the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming returned to the dormitory after half a day. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it in time. Pang Shi said anxiously as soon as he saw Lu Ming. Can't make it? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked curiously. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong's engagement party. Hua Qi walked out of the room with an invitation in his hand. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong are engaged. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. 7 days ago, Zhang Muyun personally came to send you an invitation. Unfortunately, you weren't here, so he left this invitation with me. Hua Qi passed the invitation to Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened the invitation card to take a look. The date was today and the address was the Sword Dance Courtyard in Xianjian City. Lu Ming had heard of the Sword Dance Courtyard. It was very famous in Xianjian City for its elegant environment. Many famous people would choose to hold their happy events in the Sword Dance Courtyard. Then I'm just in time. It's just right to go now. Lu Ming smiled. The sun had not set yet, so it was not too late to rush over. Lu Ming had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He was a good friend. He was engaged to Zhuo Yirong and had personally come to give him an invitation. Naturally, Lu Ming had to go. Do you guys want to go together? Lu Ming asked. Forget it, the people going this time are all experts. We won't join in the fun. Hua Qi said. Lu Ming knew that Hua Qi was a proud person and did not say anything more. He bade farewell and headed for Xianjian City. Xianjian City's sword dance courtyard was unusually lively. The red lights were lit up, and it was a festive scene. Zhang Muyun was extremely talented. Before Lu Ming's rise, he was ranked first on the bronze ranking. Even Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king, was suppressed by him. Furthermore, he was an easygoing and benevolent person with the air of a king. He was very popular in the mystical sword sect. This time, more than 50 out of the 60 people on the bronze rank had come to attend his engagement with Zhuo Yirong. Not only that, but there were also some Esilavira disciples, elders, deacons, and even a few Esilavira-robed elders. Including Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong's family, there were a few hundred people in the sword dance courtyard. There was a small lake in the sword dance courtyard, and there was a flat piece of empty land. In the empty land, dozens of tables were set up for the banquet. At this time, although the banquet had not started yet, everyone was basically present. The people who were familiar with each other sat at a table and chatted with each other. At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked like a guard stumbled in. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and one side of his face was swollen. Zhang Ji, what's going on? Zhang Muyun's father stood up and asked coldly. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the others, and they all looked over in surprise. Old master, young master, there are people outside the door who have come uninvited. We only asked and they attacked us. They have already barged in. We can't stop them. The guard shouted. What invitation? Do we still need an invitation to go to the place we want to go? A cold and arrogant voice sounded. 3 young men walked over. Who are you people? Don't you know that today is the day of senior brother Zhang's engagement? You actually dare to force your way in? A disciple of the Azure Dragon Hall stood up and shouted. His name was Wu Kuei, and he was ranked 43rd on the bronze rank. Yo, what's the big deal about the engagement of a disciple on the bullshit bronze list? What's there to be afraid of? A young man with a battle blade in his arms sneered. Arrogant. Let's see what you have. Wu Kuei shouted in anger. His body moved like an eagle as he pounced towards the young man and clawed at him. You dare to show off your skills in front of an expert with such a small skill. The saber-hugging young man sneered and struck out with his palm. Buzz. The saber-hugging young man's palm was clearly just his palm, but everyone seemed to see a peerless saber unsheathed from its sheath. The saber's radiance soared into the sky and a bright saber radiance slashed at Wu Kuei's claw. In the next moment, Wu Hui let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew backward. He smashed 2 tables in a row before he could stabilize himself. However, his body kept trembling, and one of his palms was covered in blood. The crowd was shocked and looked at the young man with the saber in shock. To be able to injure Wu Kuei with just a casual slash of his palm, this level of combat strength was definitely not ordinary. Wu Kuei was ranked 43rd on the bronze list, and only the top 20 geniuses on the bronze list could defeat him with one move. However, these people were very unfamiliar. They were not disciples of the 4 great academies. Where did this genius come from? Zhang Muyun stood up and cupped his fists. Who are you? I don't think I've ever offended you. Hee, you're Zhang Muyun, who's ranked 2nd on the bronze list, right? One of the young men with a cold expression said. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this cold-looking young man as Jian Wuchen from the Qilin Hall. The other 2 were Qilin Hall disciples. Chapter 136, Qilin Hall's Provocation. It is. Zhang Muyun said. There's no harm in telling you. Just prick up your ears and listen. The 3 of us are all Qilin Hall's disciples. Jian Wuchen said arrogantly. What? A disciple of the Qilin Hall? Everyone in the audience gasped in shock. These people were actually geniuses from Qilin Hall. Although Qilin Hall was one of the 5 halls of the mystical sword sect, it had always been a mysterious place. The outside world had no idea how many disciples it had or how many disciples it accepted every year. Even many Asilavir-robed elders had no idea. Jian Wuchen and the others were enjoying the sight of everyone's shock. They loved to see the shocked expressions of others. They had a special bloodline and were born noble. They were born to enjoy the respect, envy, and shock of others. This kind of feeling made them feel very comfortable. Oh, you're the disciples of Qilin Palace. If you're here to congratulate me on my engagement, please take a seat. If not, please leave. We'll talk about it another day. Even in front of Qilin Hall's disciples, Zhang Muyun's tone was still the same, neither servile nor overbearing. Zhang Muyun's tone made Jian Wuchen and the other 2's faces sink. Another day? Why did he have to do it another day? We've chosen the date of your engagement to come here today. I heard that most of your so-called bronze rank people are here today, so we don't have to look for them one by one. Recently, I heard that the people on the bronze ranking of the 4 great academies are known as the strongest geniuses in the master realm. I found it very funny, so I came here to show you what the true strongest master is. Your so-called strongest master is nothing but trash in front of us. Jian Wuchen laughed indifferently and his tone was filled with disdain. Some of the geniuses on the bronze list were shocked. The geniuses on the bronze list were indeed the strongest in the master realm. Each of them had strong combat strength and could defeat an ordinary 9th grade master realm expert with one move. But now, a few people from Qilin Hall were calling them trash. All geniuses were proud. Although the people in front of them were disciples of Qilin Hall, some of the people on the bronze list looked at them coldly. What's wrong? You want to fight? That's good, I want to see how much you can do. The saber-hugging young man sneered, then looked at Wu Kuei with an exaggerated expression. Are you also on the bronze list? Wu Kuei's face turned red. He had just been defeated in one move, so he found it hard to speak. Seeing Wu Kuei's expression, the saber-hugging young man laughed exaggeratedly. Ha, so you're really on the bronze list. How can trash like you be on the bronze list? Senior Marshal Brother Jian, I've told you that the disciples of the 4 halls are all trash. What bronze ranking? I think they're all the same. I'm not interested in them at all. Detestable, arrogant. You only defeated Wu Kuei, do you really think you're invincible? The saber-wielding young man's words caused a wave of angry roars. Not only the geniuses on the bronze list, but many Esilavira disciples and even the elders were also displeased. Because of what the saber-hugging young man had said, he had scolded the four schools. "Shut up!" The saber-hugging young man shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. With a mocking expression, he said, "If you want to prove that you're not trash, then make your move. As long as you can defeat me." There was a sudden silence. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stepped out. These young men were obviously at the master realm, and the Esilavira disciples could not fight them. Judging from the saber-wielding young man's attack just now, he was simply unfathomable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also afraid of him. They all wanted someone else to test the saber-wielding young man's strength first, so they didn't make a move for a while. "Ha, senior brother Lu, you're too strong." How would they dare to make a move? "I'm more than enough to deal with the trash from the four courtyards." Among the three young men, the strongest young man walked out. Boom! Then, the young man's aura grew and his cultivation was revealed. The early stage of the 9th grade master realm. Everyone could tell at a glance that this well-built young man had just advanced to the early stage of the 9th grade master realm. "I'm a new disciple this year, and I've just broken through to the 9th grade master realm. Geniuses on the bronze list, come and fight me. I hope you don't even dare to fight me," the well-built young man said with a mocking smile. The people on the bronze list were even angrier. This was an insult, a blatant insult. He actually allowed a disciple who had just entered the sect this year, a disciple who had just broken through to the 9th grade master realm not long ago, to challenge them. This was completely disrespecting them. "I'm here to fight you." A young man on the bronze ranking list walked out. The crowd immediately recognized him as Su Xian, who was ranked 42nd on the bronze list. He was one rank higher in the martial arts competition. "What's your rank on the bronze list?" the well-built youth asked. 42. Su Han said. 42. "Do you want to fight me and defeat you in one move?" The well-built young man smiled faintly. "One move?" Su Xian's face was extremely dark. This burly young man really did not put him in his eyes. Even if he was a genius from Qilin Hall, he was only a new disciple this year. How could he claim that he could defeat him in one move? What a joke. Did he think he was Lu Ming? Then let's see how you're going to defeat me in one move. Die! Su Xian roared and stepped forward with a long spear in his hand. The long spear pierced through the air and let out an ear-piercing whistle. Boom! Defeat! Su Xian spat out a word and threw a punch. This punch was filled with black light. The well-built young man's fist seemed to be made of a piece of metal or a black sun, emitting sharp rays of light. Clang! The fist landed on Su Xian's spear, and a deafening boom was heard. In the next moment, the well-built young man's fist shot out beams of black light, destroying all of Su Xian's defense and attack. Arg! Su Xian cried out in pain as his body was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his body covered in blood. Defeated. Su Ke had lost. He had been defeated by his opponent in one move. His outcome was exactly the same as Wu Kuei's. Gasps could be heard from the audience. Was this the genius of Qilin Hall? Wasn't he too strong? He actually defeated Su Xian in one move. Was he really a new disciple this year? It was no wonder that 3 of the 4 great geniuses of the mystical sword sect came from Qilin Hall, and only Duanmu Lin had managed to occupy a spot with his peerless talent. It was truly terrifying. Can't even withstand a single blow, what trash. The well-built youth sneered. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys will be the kings. What bronze ranking? What the strongest group of martial masters? They're all trash. They're just children playing house. They're like mud. When they meet a real genius, they're nothing. Jian Wuchen laughed lightly, his voice full of mockery. Chapter 137, A Powerful Special Bloodline. Don't be so arrogant. Su Xian is only ranked 42nd. Don't think that you're invincible. I'll fight you. A young man walked out. Pu Sikhong is about to make his move. He was ranked 19th on the bronze ranking, but he has dropped one rank and is now ranked 20th. He is much stronger than Su Xian. Someone recognized the person who spoke. Pu Sikhong had fought with Ling Kong in the great competition of the 4 courtyards, and he was very powerful. Everyone was looking forward to Pu Sikhong teaching the strong young man a lesson. What's your ranking on the bronze list? The well-built young man asked with a smile. Not high, only 20th. There are still 19 people stronger than me. Pusi said. 20th place. You're no match for me. Let's see who's stronger. The well-built youth shook his head. You'll know how arrogant you are after the battle. Pu Sikhong strode forward and arrived in front of the strong young man. Junior brother, these trash won't shed tears until they see their coffins. Let's end this quickly and let them know how much of a piece of trash they are. Jian Wuchen said coldly. Ha, don't worry, senior brother Jian. The well-built young man grinned and then shouted, Brat, take this. Boom. The well-built young man also threw a punch. His fist was black and shiny, emitting a metallic luster. Buzz. Pu Sikhong unsheathed his long sword, and the sword chi soared into the sky. The green sword chi almost turned into a solid, avoiding the fist of the strong youth and slashing toward him. You want to avoid my fist? Dream on. The well-built young man sneered. He waved his fist, and it seemed to pass through space, instantly landing on Pu Sichong's sword. A loud sound rang out, and just like when he had fought with Su Xian, sharp black lights shot out from his fist towards Pusi. Pu Sichong's expression changed. He moved his body and used the power of his opponent to retreat. He waved his long sword and slashed out a dozen sword lights, blocking the black light. You can block one of my moves. Not bad. But what about next? The strong young man laughed and rushed toward Pu Sikhong. He punched out with both of his fists, and a terrifying fist force enveloped Pu Sikhong, making a series of booming sounds. Pu Sikhong operated his sword technique and slashed out sword lights to block the attack. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Then, a figure flew out and coughed up blood in the air. It was Pu Sikhong. He had lost again. Even if he tried his best, he could only last a dozen moves. The hearts of everyone present sank. Was this still a disciple who had just entered this year? Wasn't he too strong? Everyone could see that the strong young man's black level low rank fist technique had reached the 4th level and was not far from the 5th level. His body was also very strong, at least 2nd grade. Most importantly, the other party's bloodline had not even erupted yet, and he was already so strong. It was too abnormal. If he participated in the great competition of the 4 courtyards, he would definitely cause a sensation. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Did they have to send out masters from the top 10 of the bronze rank to deal with a new disciple this year? The crowd couldn't help but look at the top 10 of the bronze rank. This time, 8 of them were in the top 10 of the bronze rank. Other than Duanmu Yunyang and Lu Ming, everyone else had arrived. Bu Xingkai, Duan Gang, Ling Kong, Duanmu Chen, Qing Feichen, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. It would be embarrassing even if he won against a disciple who had just entered the sect this year. Moreover, Jian Wuchen and the saber-hugging youth had not made their moves yet. It was obvious that the young man didn't want to give up. He wouldn't leave until the winner was determined. If something went wrong, all the people on the bronze list would lose their face. I'll do it. At this moment, a burly young man walked out. It's Su Song. It's great that Su Song is here. Everyone was slightly delighted. Before the great competition of the 4 courtyards, Su Song was ranked 8th on the bronze list. However, he was pushed out of the top 10 and ranked 11th this time because of the rise of Lu Ming and Ling Kong. However, his combat power was indeed very strong, much higher than Pu Sicheng's. Junior brother Su, be careful. Duan Gang said. Both of them were from the Onyx Tortoise Hall and had a good relationship with each other. At the same time, they were the 2 strongest bronze-level disciples in the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Su Song nodded and walked out. Su Song, ranked 11th on the bronze list. Nice to meet you. Su Song cupped his fists. Hee, 11th place. Looks like there's finally someone interesting. The well-built young man licked his lips and sneered. Battle. Without any unnecessary words, the 2 of them started fighting. The crowd stared at Su Song without blinking, hoping that he would win. Su Song's fighting style was very similar to Duan Gang's. He cultivated his physical body in defensive martial arts techniques, which leaned toward defense and close combat. As for the strong youth from Qilin Hall, he was more inclined towards close combat. The 2 of them punched at each other and continued to bombard each other like 2 savage beasts colliding. The battle was extremely intense, and fist forces shot out. However, the strong young man was indeed very powerful. It was clearly the 4th level of the black level low-rank fist technique, but when he used it, the combat power he displayed was stronger than other fist techniques of the same level. Su Song had no choice but to activate his bloodline power and fight with him. Fortunately, Su Song's defensive martial arts technique was very powerful and blocked the strong young man's attack. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Damn it, you can block so many of my moves. Watch how I break your turtle shell. The well-built youth roared. It was as if being blocked for so many moves was a great humiliation to him. Boom! The well-built young man's body flashed with a blood-red light. Then, an ancient boxing glove appeared above his head. The bloodline of the gloves. Could this be the special bloodline of the legends? Everyone was shocked and looked on curiously. To most people, this was the first time they had seen a special bloodline. The bloodline of the gauntlets was jet black and filled with an ancient aura. Everyone could even see that there were scars on the gauntlets, as if they had experienced a tragic battle. A vast fist intent spread out. There were 6 meridian cycles on the gloves. Obviously, it was a level 6 bloodline. Then, the bloodline of the gauntlet flashed and disappeared, entering the body of the strong young man. The strong young man's aura became stronger. Break! Die! The strong young man shouted and threw a punch. His fist power was at its peak. Boom! The terrifying fist force hit the turtle shell shield around Su Song. Su Song staggered back with a violent explosion. His face was pale, and his defensive martial skill was almost broken. Again, let's see how many punches you can take. Boom! Boom! The black fist force was extremely violent. Su Song was completely suppressed and could only defend with all his strength. But even so, he only managed to block a dozen moves before his defensive martial skill was broken through by the strong young man, and a punch landed on his chest. Arg! Su Song screamed. His body flew dozens of meters away and fell heavily on the ground. He coughed up blood and his breathing was weak. Su Song was severely injured by one punch. Junior brother Su. Duan Gang hurriedly rushed over. After checking, his face was filled with anger. He glared at the well-built youth and said, "It's just a spar. Aren't you a little too ruthless?" Who told him to not admit defeat and desperately resist? He asked for it. The well-built young man curled his lips and did not mind. Chapter 138, Completely Suppressed. The others were silent. The strong young man was too strong. Even Su Song, who was ranked 11th, was defeated. Did he really have to be one of the top 10 geniuses? The other party was only a disciple who had just entered the sect this year and was only at the early 9th grade master realm. If they sent out one of the top 10 geniuses, even if they won, it would be a huge loss of face. From now on, the bronze ranking would no longer have any prestige among the 4 great academies. If a genius on the bronze ranking was trampled by a new disciple of Qilin Hall, what prestige would he have left? However, if he didn't fight, people would think that the entire bronze rank was afraid of a new disciple from Qilin Hall. Unless they won a big victory today, the bronze rank was destined to lose all its face. Ta! And NBSP, stomp. A person stepped out, and everyone's eyes narrowed. It was Ling Kong. Was he going to make a move? Ling Kong walked in front of the strong young man and said with a cold expression, "You're no match for me, switch." Even when facing the disciples of Qilin Hall, Ling Kong was still overbearing. Ha, what a joke. We'll know after the battle. The well-built young man laughed, his aura overbearing. Junior brother, your bloodline has already erupted. You'll be at a disadvantage if you fight him. Let me do it. Jian Wuchen smiled and took a few steps forward. Ha, senior martial brother Jian, you're going to make a move? I thought senior brother Jian wasn't interested in these pieces of trash. The well-built youth laughed. Jian Wuchen revealed a disdainful smile and said, "They're still thinking that they're lucky. They're still thinking that they can fight with us. I'll completely defeat them and let them clearly recognize themselves." Ha, senior brother Jian is right. The strong youth and the saber-wielding youth both laughed. You're full of bullshit. Strength isn't something you can boast about. It's true ability. Let me see what kind of ability you have. Ling Kong's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body began to emit cracking sounds and began to expand rapidly. In just a few breaths, Ling Kong's originally strong body had grown even stronger, like a giant ape. From the beginning, Ling Kong had already used the Mad Beast technique. Take this. With a loud roar, the thick iron rod whistled and swept toward Jian Wuchen. As the metal cudgel swept past, the space seemed to tremble. Clearly, Ling Kong's combat strength had improved again in the past few months. Small tricks. Jian Wuchen didn't draw his sword. Instead, he put 2 fingers together to form a sword and slashed out. A beam of sword chi that was as solid as a real substance and as crystal clear as jade slashed towards the sky. Congealing chi into weapons? How is that possible? The surrounding spectators were shocked. Condensing chi into a weapon was a technique that only a great martial master could use. Jian Wuchen was only a peak 9th grade master, but he could already use the technique of a great martial master. It was simply terrifying. Clang! The crystal-clear sword chi collided with the iron rod in the air, making a shocking boom. Bang! 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 After that, Ling Kong grunted and took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. What? A single sword strike sent a peak state expert flying back 7 or 8 steps. Everyone was shocked. They simply couldn't believe it. Jian Wuchen didn't even use his sword. It looked like a casual slash. Wasn't this too powerful? Oh. Not bad, you managed to take a hit with 40% of my strength. It seems that not all of the bronze rank are trash. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Everyone was even more shocked. That sword just now was only 40% of his power. How was that possible? Impossible! Ling Kong roared. The other party didn't even pull out his sword, and his bloodline didn't erupt. Ling Kong found it hard to accept that he had only used 40% of his strength. He thought that the other party had said that on purpose to lower their morale. Boom! He took a heavy step in the air and his huge body pounced on Jian Wushuang like a furious demonic beast. The iron rod whistled and smashed down. Even a small hill would be smashed into pieces. Then 60%. Jian Wuchen took a step forward and thrust his sword finger forward. An emerald green sword chi burst out, as if it had pierced through space. It flashed and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Ling Kong. Not good. Ling Kong's expression changed drastically. It was too late for him to retract his cudgel to block the attack. He could only use all of his true energy to resist the attack. Blood splattered everywhere as Ling Kong's shoulder was pierced through. He was sent flying back dozens of meters, leaving behind a trail of blood. He was defeated. Not only was Jian Wuchen's sword extremely powerful, but it was also incredibly fast. Brute force alone won't do. Next. Jian Wuchen said in a disdainful voice. The entire place fell silent. With Ling Kong's combat strength, he was actually defeated in 2 moves. Furthermore, the other party said that he had only used 60% of his strength. Although he didn't know if this was true or not, his strength was simply unfathomable and terrifying. Now, the only ones who were stronger than Ling Kong were Duan Gang, Biyu Xingkai, and Zhang Muyun. Duan Gang's strength was similar to Ling Kong's, so he was definitely not Jian Wuchen's opponent. The remaining 2 people were Zhang Muyun and Biyu Xingkai. Today was the day of Zhang Muyun's engagement. Did he have to make Zhang Muyun do it personally? Bu Xingkai frowned. He didn't want to take action, but he had to. This wasn't just a matter of one courtyard, but the entire bronze rank. He couldn't stay out of it. Finally, Biyu Xingkai walked out of the crowd. Bu Xingkai is going to make a move. Everyone had a glimmer of hope. After all, Biyu Xingkai was ranked 4th, which was higher than Duan Gang and Ling Kong. Everyone hoped that he could win. Even if he couldn't win, he could force his opponent to use all his strength, so that Zhang Muyun would have more confidence. I'm Biyu Xingkai, a disciple of the White Tiger Hall. May I know your name, senior brother? Bu Xingkai cupped his fists and said. Who cares what your name is? Don't try to get close to me, and don't think I'll go easy on you. Jian Wuchen waved his hand casually, disdaining Biyu Xingkai. You. Bu Xingkai was at a loss for words, his face extremely gloomy. This was the first time he had seen a disciple from Qilin Hall. The other party's strength had shocked him. He had wanted to make friends with them, but he had not expected to be sneered at in public. He had lost all his face. The storage ring on his hand glowed, and a long spear appeared in Biyu Xingkai's hand. Look at you, you can't be that strong. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to attack. Jian Wuchen said. Bu Xingkai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Even Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang had never looked down on him. Buzz! Bu Xingkai made his move. His long spear pierced through the air and headed toward Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen smiled faintly. He still didn't draw his sword, but faced the attack with his sword fingers. He pointed out his sword finger, and with a constant chi-chi sound, an endless stream of jade-colored sword chi burst out. Ding ding ding. After a series of clashing sounds, Biyu Xingkai kept retreating. He was obviously at a disadvantage. Toxic Dragon Drill. Bu Xingkai shouted and used his unique skill. The long spear spun rapidly like a poisonous dragon and pounced toward Jian Wuchen. Chapter 139, Battle of the Two Swords. You do have some strength. 8 kills of ancient jade human kill. Kill. Jian Wuchen shouted. A terrifying killing intent spread out, accompanied by a terrifying sword light. The sword light hit Biyu Xingkai's poisonous dragon. Boom. The energy shot out in all directions, and the ground was hit by the powerful energy, creating a large pit. If the tables and chairs not far away were not blocked by some Asilavira disciples and even the elders, they would have been smashed into dust. Buzz! With a loud noise, Biyu Shinkai's spear flew out of his hand and into a fake mountain. He was forced to retreat more than 20 steps. Before he could stand still, a Asilavira ranked disciple from the White Tiger Hall appeared behind Biyu Shinkai and blocked his way. Bu Shinkai's expression changed rapidly. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his hand trembled. Everyone could see that his right sleeve was already tattered and his arm was covered in blood. Those blood marks were like tiny swords. What a domineering swordsmanship, what a domineering strength. Everyone gasped. Zhang Muyun, don't let these soldiers do it. It's a waste of my time. Let me see your strength. Jian Wuqian asked Zhang Muyun. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Muyun. Now, they could only rely on Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming, who was ranked first, was not here. Good. I've heard that the Qilin Hall recruits peerless geniuses, and most of them have special bloodlines. It's true. I've always wanted to find a disciple of the Qilin Hall, but I couldn't. Now, it's time for me to have a taste of it. Zhang Muyun stepped out, his eyes like lightning. Big brother Muyun, be careful. Zhuo Yirong said worriedly. Don't worry. Zhang Muyun smiled and walked to Jian Wuqian. Zhang Muyun, make your move. Let's see if you have the right to make me draw my sword. Jian Wuqian said indifferently and confidently. How arrogant. How can you not draw your sword when you're facing Zhang Muyun? Zhang Muyun's strength isn't something others can compare to. Some of the disciples on the bronze rank were whispering to each other. They looked at Zhang Muyun with hope in their eyes. Zhang Muyun was the only one who could save his honor on the bronze list. Zhang Muyun smiled and didn't care. However, the next moment, a sharp, overbearing, and all-conquering aura burst out from his body. Jian Wuqian's expression changed for the first time. He muttered in disbelief, this is force, the force of gold. Behind them, the saber-wielding youth and the muscular youth's expressions also changed. How is that possible? The trash of the four schools can actually comprehend control force at the master realm. Damn it, how is this possible? The saber-hugging young man shouted in disbelief. Even with his special bloodline, he hadn't comprehended control force yet. It was hard for him to accept that a trash with a normal bloodline could. So what if he has a special bloodline? There are peerless geniuses with ordinary bloodlines. Some of them can even awaken the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, which is far beyond special bloodlines. What's there to be arrogant about? A genius on the bronze list said. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the Qilin Hall's members, the surrounding spectators felt very pleased. He finally had a chance to retort. The knife-hugging youth and the strong youth's faces turned gloomy. Do you think that just because you've comprehended the control force, you're a match for senior brother Jian? You're really naive. The saber-hugging young man snorted. Jian Wuqian's expression changed a little, but he recovered and regained his confidence. He said, Zhang Muyun, you've exceeded my expectations. You're qualified to make me draw my sword and you're qualified to know my name. Remember, my name is Jian Wuqian. You'll never be able to surpass me in your life. Boom! As soon as Jian Wuqian finished speaking, a sharp and invincible aura burst out from his body. Force, the force of metal. Jian Wuqian had also comprehended the force of gold. He had also comprehended the force of gold. How is that possible? Is Qilin Hall all so strong? During the competition of the four courtyards, both Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun had displayed their dominance and shocked the four courtyards. Both of them were known as the mystical sword sect's geniuses that only appeared once in a few years. But now, a random young man from Qilin Hall had actually comprehended control force, which was quite a blow to them. I know, He must have a special sword bloodline. I heard that special bloodlines have all sorts of magical abilities. Some people can comprehend control force faster through their bloodline. A Silavira-robed elder said. Everyone's heart trembled. A special bloodline was actually so miraculous. Buzz! The two forces met in the air, and there was a sound of gold and iron hitting each other, and even sparks. Buzz! Buzz! Two sword hums resounded. Almost at the same time, the two of them pulled out their swords. Two resplendent sword chi shot up into the sky. The cold and powerful sword chi filled the entire sword dance courtyard. The two figures turned into two sword lights and pounced at each other. Clang! With a loud boom, the sword chi burst out wantonly. The ground was swept by the sword chi, leaving a dense sword mark. Whoosh! With a flash, a few Silavira-robed elders appeared in front of him. An invisible force spread out and blocked the dense sword chi. For seasoned sword technique, the autumn wind blows. 8 kills of ancient jade, heavenly kill. 2 destructive sword lights met in the air. The two sword chi merged into one and shot up into the sky. Bang! The ground under their feet was hit by the sword chi, and it sank deeply. Clang! Clang! Dang! What followed was a series of intense exchanges, and the two of them began an intense battle. Everyone stared at the sky. Zhang Muyun, you're going to win the moment you move. Everyone was looking forward to Zhang Muyun turning the tables. Not good. Zhang Muyun has already activated his bloodline, but Jian Wuqian hasn't. Suddenly, a low voice was heard. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Muyun had already activated his bloodline, which could be said to be his full strength, but Jian Wuqian had not. Even without the eruption of his bloodline, he was able to tie with Zhang Muyun. Jian Wuqian gave people the feeling that he was unfathomable. No one knew how much strength he had used. Jian Wuqian's cultivation technique is definitely not yellow grade. It should be black grade. The genuine qi cultivated by black grade cultivation techniques is more dense and condensed than yellow grade cultivation techniques. A Silavira-robed elder explained to everyone. Moreover, his genuine qi contains a very strong sword force. It's like a sword, which should be an advantage of his bloodline. The other Silavira-robed elder explained. It was no wonder that Jian Wuqian was so strong. His true qi was stronger than Zhang Muyun's. Then, he felt a chill in his heart. How could he win against someone of the same level when he was so powerful? Were the bronze ranking and the 4 great academies going to lose their reputation today? It's over. Ancient Jade 8 kills, godly kill. Jian Wuqian's cold voice was heard. A ray of sword light was like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, killing gods and demons. Chapter 140, Chapter 140 Crazier. Buzz! A slight sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh was heard, causing everyone's heart to jump. Then, everyone saw Zhang Muyun's figure retreating rapidly. He flew more than 10 meters and stood still with his sword in hand. There was a bloody gash on his shoulder, and blood was seeping out. Did Zhang Muyun lose? Everyone's heart turned cold. I lost. Chilanhal's geniuses truly live up to their reputation. Suddenly, Zhang Muyun sighed. You're not bad. You can exchange so many moves with me, but that's all. You can't make me use my full strength. For great academies and the bronze rank. What a disappointment. Jian Wuqian held his long sword and laughed in disdain. Many people's faces turned ugly, but they couldn't refute it, because the truth was right in front of them. The more they refuted, the more disgraceful it would be. Jian Wuqian, I'm no match for you, but I'm not the strongest on the bronze list. There's someone else who's above me. It's too early for you to insult the entire bronze list. Zhang Muyun frowned. Everyone was moved. That's right, there was another person above Zhang Muyun. He was a peerless genius who had made it to the top of the bronze ranking in his first year in the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming. Everyone thought of Lu Ming. More than 2 months ago, Lu Ming had only gained a slight upper hand in his battle with Zhang Muyun. However, given Lu Ming's amazing speed of improvement, would he be stronger after 2 months? Would he be able to fight with Jian Wuchen? I know that you're only ranked second on the bronze ranking. I heard that the person who ranked first is a guy named Lu Ming. Tell him to come out and fight with me. I want to crush him completely, so that you won't have any fantasies. Jian Wuchen said arrogantly. Although he had met Lu Ming at the mountain range by the sea, he did not know his name. Of course, he did not know that he had already met Lu Ming, who was ranked first on the bronze list. Lu Ming isn't here today. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to fight you. Ling Kong said in a deep voice. You can fight me? You guys really know how to console your slaviers. Then, get him out here. He's not here, is he? Send someone to call him over so that I won't have to look for him in the future. We'll settle this today. Jian Wuchen said. Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, Ling Kong, and the rest were silent. They did not know where Lu Ming was. Moreover, they were not sure if Lu Ming could really fight against Jian Wuchen. Ha, why don't you send someone to look for him? Did he know that he was no match for me? I don't care if he's the first on the bronze ranking. He's the same as me. Lu Ming. If I use all my strength, I'll finish him in 3 moves. Jian Wuchen sneered. The other 2 geniuses from Qilin Hall also laughed. It's a pity that guy isn't here. Otherwise, I would have been able to beat him up. Jian Wuchen scanned the crowd and was a little disappointed. He was looking for Lu Ming, of course. Which son of a bitch is looking for me? At this moment, a clear voice was heard from afar. This voice was very familiar to many people. As soon as the voice rang out, most of their hearts skipped a beat. A name jumped into their minds, Lu Ming. Lu Ming was here. Their eyes quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, he saw a young man in a black robe. He was tall and had a faint smile on his face. He walked over step by step with his hands behind his back. If it was not Lu Ming, who else could it be? Lu Ming was really here. For some reason, most of them couldn't help but show hope and joy in their hearts. Zhang Muyun, Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Biyu Xingkai, Shuirong, Cheng Feicheng. They were all the same. They subconsciously thought that as long as Lu Ming was here, he would be able to defeat the other party. There was still a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He walked slowly with his hands behind his back. He was taking a stroll in the courtyard, looking very relaxed. Kid, who are you? How dare you speak to senior brother Jian like that? You're courting death. The strong young man shouted coldly. His body was like a wild ox as he charged towards Lu Ming. His huge fist was black and shiny, like metal. The strong young man was not there that day at the mountain range by the sea. Hence, he did not recognize Lu Ming. Boom! The well-built young man closed in on Lu Ming in an instant and his huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's lips were still curled into a faint smile as he threw a punch as well. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and everyone heard the sound of bones breaking. Then, a tall figure flew back at a speed faster than he had pounced, and fell heavily on the ground. My hand! The strong young man bellowed. One of his arms was bent and deformed. It was obvious that Lu Ming had broken it with one punch. So strong! The eyes of the people from the 4 courtyards lit up. Just now, the strong young man's strength was obvious to all. He had defeated all the masters below the top 10 of the bronze rank. However, his arm was broken by Lu Ming's casual punch. The difference was too great, and everyone couldn't help but feel hope rise in their hearts. Little bastard, so you're Lu Ming. Jian Wuchen roared with an extremely cold voice. Of course. Lu Ming smiled faintly and ignored Jian Wuchen. He walked toward Zhang Muyun and cupped his fists. Brother Mu Yun, congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on bringing home a beauty. Thank you, junior brother Lu, for coming to congratulate me personally. Zhang Muyun also cupped his fists. Thank you, junior brother Lu. Beside Zhang Muyun, Zhuo Yirong also bowed. Unfortunately, I came in a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare a gift. Lu Ming spread his hands and smiled. It's good enough that junior brother Lu can come, Zhang Muyun said. There's no need for any gifts. The two of them chatted, completely ignoring Jian Wuchen. This made the killing intent in Jian Wuchen's eyes grow stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, you dare to ignore me? Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're the number one on the bronze list. Today, I'll let you clearly realize the gap between you and me. Jian Wuchen's voice was filled with killing intent. At this moment, Lu Ming turned to look at Jian Wuchen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Brother Mu Yun, I have a gift. Lu Ming laughed and walked toward Jian Wuchen. Didn't you want me to know the difference between us? Make your move. I will defeat you in 3 moves. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What did Lu Ming say? He defeated Jian Wuchen in 3 moves. How was that possible? It was impossible. Could Lu Ming have broken through to the martial grandmaster realm? It shouldn't be that fast, right? Moreover, Lu Ming was really a martial grandmaster. What was the point of defeating Jian Wuchen? Jian Wuchen was mad, but Lu Ming was even more mad than Jian Wuchen. Chapter 141, Let's attack together. Ha ha ha. Defeat me in 3 moves. Defeat me in 3 moves. Jian Wuchen laughed crazily as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Earlier on, he had said that he would use all his strength and defeat Lu Ming in 3 moves. However, Lu Ming actually said that he would defeat him in 3 moves. Wasn't that the funniest joke in the world? Lu Ming, anyone can boast, but it's just a joke if you don't have the ability. Jian Wuchen said coldly. Oh. Lu Ming felt that it made sense. He pondered for a moment and nodded. That's right. Without strength, it's just a joke. You'll soon find out that you're the joke. It's useless to have a sharp tongue. Lu Ming, let me tell you, Qiu Yu is the woman that I, Jian Wuchen, have set my heart on. You dared to hold her hand that day. This is your fate. Ever since you held her hand, your fate has been decided. Today, I will cripple your hand, break your limbs, cripple your cultivation, and throw you out of the mystical sword sect. Don't think that the sect will stand up for you just because you're the number 1 on the bronze list. Let me tell you, your so-called number 1 on the bronze list is nothing but trash compared to me. Jian Wuchen's voice was cold. Of course, this sentence was transmitted, so no one else heard it. Qiu Yu. Don't even think about it, Qiu Yu. She's already my woman. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? What? Jian Wuchen was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. After a long while, he finally reacted. His eyes were red, and his handsome face was completely twisted. He became extremely ferocious as he shouted hysterically, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You lowly bastard. How dare you touch the woman I, Jian Wuchen, have set my heart on. If I don't cripple you today, my name isn't Jian Wuchen. Whoosh. Jian Wuchen unsheathed his sword and charged at Lu Ming. Kill. Kill. Ancient Jade 8 kills. Jian Wuchen roared. His killing intent was like a tide. The sword chi that was as crystal clear as jade surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. With a flash of light, the fire-tongue spear appeared in his hand. Lan Yu. The long spear swept out, and the red moonlight appeared. All of Jian Wuchen's sword qi was instantly destroyed. The long spear did not stop, and it went straight for Jian Wuchen's face. At that moment, the anger in Jian Wuchen's heart seemed to have been doused by a plate of cold water. He shuddered. Retreat, retreat. He retreated quickly and blocked the attack with his sword. Clang. The long spear swept against Jian Wuchen's long sword, and the fierce fire of ruin slapped Jian Wuchen's face, causing him to feel a burning pain. He retreated dozens of meters rapidly and looked at Lu Ming in shock. The power of Lu Ming's spear was extremely terrifying. It was beyond his imagination. How can he be so strong? He must have used some sort of secret technique. He won't be able to last long. Jian Wuchen couldn't accept it and roared in his heart. The bronze, Silavira, and Silavira robed disciples were all stunned. He sent Jian Wuchen flying with a single strike. How was this possible? Jian Wuchen was stronger than Zhang Muyun, but Lu Ming had sent him flying with one strike. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Lu Ming had improved so much in the past 2 months. It was too unbelievable. Compared to the grand competition of the 4 courtyards, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased to the peak of the 9th grade master realm, his true war dragon technique had reached the 3rd level, and his fire-controlling gun technique had also achieved a breakthrough. His combat strength had increased by several times. It was normal for him to send Jian Wuchen flying with a single strike. Back in the mountain range by the sea, I told you I only used 20% of my power, but you didn't believe me. Hee hee. Lu Ming looked at Jian Wuchen with a mocking smile. Let's see how many moves you can unleash. 8 kills of ancient jade, soul kill. Jian Wuchen roared and once again exploded with a strong murderous aura. He became one with his sword and turned into a brilliant sword qi, charging towards Lu Ming. The sword aura had yet to reach him, but the glow on it was enough to make Lu Ming feel slightly dizzy. What a powerful sword technique! This sword technique can even affect the soul. Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he fired another shot. Landslide. Lu Ming put in more effort in this shot. Bang! Just like before, the long spear swept across and the sword qi was destroyed. This time, Jian Wuchen could no longer withstand it and was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. In the air, Jian Wuchen coughed up a large amount of blood and smashed into a fake mountain, causing it to explode. All right. The crowd cheered and were extremely excited. If they didn't hold it in, they would have jumped up. It was too strong, too cool, they were not on the same level at all. They could only shout and vent the pent-up anger in their hearts. Previously, he was too aggrieved and couldn't stand up. However, Lu Ming had completely suppressed Jian Wuchen the moment he arrived. How could he not be happy? Not far away, Zhang Muyun smiled bitterly. He could already feel that Lu Ming was so strong that he would never forget him. Lu Ming, you piece of trash. How dare you hurt me? I'll skin you alive. Jian Wuchen roared hysterically. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn and tattered. He was in a sorry state. Lu Ming sneered. You keep calling him trash. Yet, you were sent flying by my spear. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Trash, trash, you're all trash. I have a special bloodline that is incomparably noble. How can you trash compare to me? Jian Wuchen shouted. Everyone was speechless. Lu Ming shook his head and said, don't talk nonsense. There's still one more move. I can't be bothered to make another move. You, come at me together. Lu Ming pointed at the saber-hugging youth. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming was challenging the saber-hugging youth and Jian Wuchen. 1 against 2. Jian Wuchen's face twisted crazily. He was being looked down upon. Junior brother Lu, since this bastard is looking for death, let's attack together and cripple him. Jian Wuchen shouted. All right. The blade Qi whistled as the young man brandished his battle blade. An extremely overbearing blade Qi soared into the sky. Then, there was a flash of blood. An ancient battle saber appeared above the saber-hugging youth's head, causing the saber Qi to become even more intense. The saber-hugging young man was at the peak 9th grade master realm, but he had yet to comprehend the controlling force. On the other side, an ancient combat sword appeared above Jian Wuchen's head. As soon as the bloodline appeared, Jian Wuchen's sword Qi and metal force exploded to the peak. Their bloodlines erupted, and the two of them unleashed their full power. Kill! Kill! The saber-hugging young man and Jian Wuchen unleashed their strongest combat power and performed their strongest moves, charging toward Lu Ming. The saber radiance and sword Qi filled half the sky. This power made many Esilavira disciples' faces change. It was too powerful. A special bloodline was too terrifying. Fighting above one's level was a common occurrence for them. This was something that was brought about by the upper sky realm, and there was nothing to be envious of. Could Lu Ming block it? Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body. The power of fire erupted. Chapter 142, In front of me, you are trash. Buzz. Buzz. Following that, Lu Ming stabbed 2 times in a row. The 2 spears were as fast as lightning, like 2 meteors streaking across the sky. They were accompanied by scorching flames that illuminated the sky. Boom. Boom. Then, the 2 meteors suddenly exploded, and a terrifying and violent force instantly erupted. From the place where the 3 of them clashed, waves of sword Qi, saber radiance, and scorching spear radiance swept outward. Several Esilavira-robed elders set up layers of defense, protecting the tables, chairs, and the other disciples of the 4 courtyards behind them. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, a saber and a sword flew far away. At the same time, 2 screams were heard. 2 figures were sent flying, and blood splattered in the sky. It was Jian Wuchen and the saber-hugging youth. When the light dissipated, Lu Ming stood in the middle of the field with his spear in hand, not moving an inch. He had won. Lu Ming had won. He'd fought 2 geniuses from the Qilin Hall all by himself, and he'd still defeated them with just 1 move. It was too tyrannical. I don't care what kind of genius you are, I don't care what kind of special bloodline you have. 1 man, 1 spear, I can sweep the world. Everyone seemed to see such a scene. Both Jian Wuchen and the saber-wielding youth's clothes were torn and wounds appeared on their bodies. They were in a sorry state. Lu Ming walked toward Jian Wuchen step by step. He looked down at him and said indifferently, I've said before that I'll definitely defeat you within 3 moves. Now, it's exactly 3 moves. Lu Ming, just you wait. I'll kill you one day. Jian Wuchen glared at Lu Ming with a ferocious look in his eyes. Look, you're here again. Didn't you just say it? It's a joke for people without ability to talk big. Now, you can't even be considered a joke. Lu Ming sneered. Tell me, just tell me. I, Jian Wuchen, swear that I will return today's humiliation to you 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times in the future. I will torture you. I will humiliate Qiu Yu in front of you. I will make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. I will make you regret what you have done today. Jian Wuchen roared like a mad dog, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong that it seemed to be tangible. He already hated Lu Ming to the core. This bastard, a piece of trash. He actually dared to injure and defeat him in front of so many people. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. Of course, he wouldn't even think about humiliating others. In his opinion, it was only right. Lu Ming smiled, but there was a cold murderous intent in his smile. I, Lu Ming, Hate it when people threaten me. You shouldn't have threatened me. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. He did not hide the killing intent in his body at all. Jian Wuchen's heart couldn't help but turn cold as he cried out, "What do you want to do? What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to cripple me? Now, you're threatening me. In order to avoid future trouble, I'll naturally have to cripple you." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Cripple me? You dare? Lu Ming, you piece of trash. Do you know who I am? I have a special bloodline, a disciple of Qilin Hall, the future overlord of mystical sword sect, the future pillar of the sect. You dare to cripple me?" Jian Wuchen laughed as if he had heard a joke. However, he could no longer continue laughing. This was because he realized that Lu Ming's eyes were cold and determined. He was unshakable. He felt a chill in his heart. A bone-piercing chill rose from his tailbone and went straight to the top of his head. He hurriedly shouted, "No, don't." Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming's long spear had already pierced through his dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian. Jian Wuchen was stunned. After a while, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Hiss hiss hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Lu Ming had really crippled Jian Wuchen's cultivation. Such a decisive character, such a ruthless method, and such great courage. Jian Wuchen was the peerless genius of Qilin Hall. He had a special bloodline and was the focus of the mystical sword sect's cultivation. They had hidden him in secret for fear of being assassinated by other sections. But now, his cultivation had been crippled by someone from his own sect. Good job. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate either. Ling Kong's eyes flashed with ferocity as he coldly said. The others were speechless. Who would be like you, a demonic beast that didn't care about the consequences? Lu Ming, you're finished. You've crippled my cultivation, so you can't escape. I'm a genius of Qilin Hall. The sect will definitely stand up for me. You're dead. Jian Wuchen was still shouting. However, Lu Ming's expression was extremely calm. He looked at Jian Wuchen indifferently and said, "Idiot." What? Jian Wuchen was stunned. Let me ask you, what are you relying on? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Jian Wuchen clutched his dantian with all his might and was a little dazed. It was the same for the others. They did not know why Lu Ming was asking this question. What you're relying on is nothing more than your special bloodline and your talent. You think you're high and mighty because of your special bloodline, looking down on others and treating them like trash. With your special bloodline, the sect has to protect you and spend a lot of resources to cultivate you. All of this is because of your bloodline and talent. Lu Ming said. That's right. I was born noble. Do you think I'm someone you can be envious of? Jian Wuchen said. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and looked down at Jian Wuchen. He said word by word, but now, your self-righteous talent is worse than trash in front of me. Your so-called talent is nothing in front of me. Do you think the sect will punish me, a person whose talent is far above yours, for a piece of trash like you whose cultivation has been crippled? Is that even possible? Boom. 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 Lu Ming's every word was like a thunderbolt, exploding in Jian Wuchen's mind. That was right. Lu Ming's talent was far above his. His value to the mystical sword sect was also far above his. Why would he punish Lu Ming for a good-for-nothing like him? It was impossible. The higher-ups of the sect might even put in a lot of effort to nurture Lu Ming. No, it's not like that. It can't be, it can't be. Jian Wuchen roared in despair. He could not accept this. He knew that if he was crippled, he would only be crippled for nothing. The sect would definitely not stand up for him. At the scene, everyone else also came to a realization. That was indeed the case. Lu Ming's talent could already be compared to geniuses like Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji. Ordinary special bloodlines were no match for him, so why would he punish him severely? Today is brother Mu Yun's big day. Take him and get lost. Lu Ming no longer looked at Jian Wuchen, who was like a pile of mud. He turned his gaze to the saber-hugging youth. At this moment, the saber-hugging youth and the burly youth were already scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to say anything and quickly dragged the still shouting Jian Wuchen out of the sword dance courtyard. The storm that threatened the honor of the bronze rank ended in a hurry because of Lu Ming's arrival. Chapter 143, Making Friends Carelessly. Today, it was really full of twists and turns. In the beginning, Jian Wuchen and the others arrived and displayed their unparalleled beauty and strength. They almost defeated all the geniuses on the bronze rank. He was invincible on the bronze list, and even Zhang Muyun was defeated in the end. Everyone thought that the bronze ranking list would lose its reputation today. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had arrived. With his jaw-dropping strength, he crushed the geniuses of Qilin Hall and even crippled Jian Wuchen, turning the situation around. Today, not only would his honor on the bronze list not be lost, but it would be elevated to a higher level because of Lu Ming. The disciples of the four halls would think that the mysterious Qilin Hall was just so what if he had a special bloodline? He could still win against ordinary creatures with bloodlines. Duanmu Lin was one of them. He had suppressed the Qilin Hall and was known as the head of the four great geniuses. Now, it was Lu Ming's turn. In this way, the disciples of the four halls would be more confident and their faith would naturally be firmer. Brother Mu Yun, this is my gift. Are you satisfied? Lu Ming turned around and smiled. Ha ha ha, junior brother Lu's gift is unprecedented. Please take a seat. Zhang Muyun laughed and invited Lu Ming to sit with him. Lu Ming smiled and took a seat. At this moment, there were already people coming to clean up the battlefield. Not long after, the battlefield was roughly tidied up, and the food and wine were served. The banquet started and the atmosphere was lively. Senior brother Zhang, I'll toast you. Not long after, someone began to propose a toast. After toasting Zhang Muyun, he started to toasting Lu Ming. He carried the wine jar in the air and came to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you've really won the hearts of many today. I, Ling Kong, have never been convinced by anyone before. Now, I'm convinced by you. Give me 3 big bowls. After he finished speaking, Ling Kong lifted the wine jar and began to gulp down the wine. Come. Lu Ming stood up, picked up the big bowl, and drank 3 bowls in a row. Alright, junior brother Lu Ming, you're so generous. I'll give you 3 bowls of wine too. Duan Gang stood up, also carrying a wine jar. Lu Ming did not reject anyone and drank heartily. Seeing that Lu Ming did not put on any airs, everyone had a better impression of him and came forward to toast him. The atmosphere was very warm. Of course, there were also exceptions. For example, the disciples of the White Tiger Hall sat awkwardly to the side, their eyes twinkling. There were even a few people with gloomy expressions. They were the only ones who were unhappy that Lu Ming had defeated Jian Wuchen and the rest. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Duanmu family. Everyone exchanged toasts, and soon, 3 rounds of wine had passed. During the great competition of the 4 courtyards, they were opponents, but that was only on the fighting stage. After getting off the fighting ring, they realized that they were all disciples of the mystical sword sect. There was no enmity between them, and they were all young, so their relationship quickly became closer. For example, although Qing Fian was a woman, she was extremely heroic. Taking advantage of the fact that she was a Vermilion Bird Hall disciple like Lu Ming, she forced him to drink a jar of wine. In the end, she was drunk, her eyes blurred, and her face flushed red. She was extremely beautiful. This caused Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Dong Ce, and the others to howl like wallivers as they surrounded Ching Fei. A few Silavira-robed elders shouted from the side. They looked at these youths with anticipation in their eyes. This was the pugilistic world, this was the spirit of a youth, full of hot blood and passion. They competed with each other, but there was no lack of friendship. They were the future pillars of the mystical sword sect. They couldn't wait to see this group of people grow up. After 3 rounds of drinking, it was already late at night, and the banquet ended. Everyone formed into groups and headed back. Lu Ming did not cultivate that night. He had a good night's sleep after he returned to the dormitory. It was already noon when he woke up the next day. Lu Ming felt refreshed. As he stretched his back, his entire body emitted a crackling sound. He opened the door and walked out. He saw Pang Shi returning from outside the courtyard with an excited look on his face. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Pang Shi said excitedly, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're amazing. Yesterday, at senior brother Zhang Muyun's banquet, you defeated a genius from Qilin Hall with 3 moves. The news has spread throughout the sect." Having said that, Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming in admiration. The speed at which the news is spreading is really fast. Lu Ming thought to himself. Senior brother Lu Ming, did you know? I've become a celebrity now because I'm in the same dormitory as you. As long as I go out, I'll be surrounded by a group of female disciples. Pang Shi continued. A bunch of female disciples surrounding you? What are you doing? Lu Ming was stunned. Pang Shi grinned. Of course I'm here to find out about you. I'm here to find out about your hobbies, what kind of girl you like, and if you have someone you like. And after the news about you spread yesterday, the trend has become even more terrifying. Ah! Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He then smiled bitterly. He didn't expect such an outcome. AI. It seems that being too famous is not good. Lu Ming sighed in satisfaction. Those girls were too enthusiastic. I couldn't hold them back and told them everything I knew. Senior brother Lu Ming, you won't blame me, right? Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming naively. Thank you for your hard work, Big Rock. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and casually asked, right, what did you say? I told you that you like mature women and have already found a partner. It's Elder Mulan. Pang Shi said. What? What? Lu Ming staggered and almost fell. He looked at Pang Shi in shock and said, You really said that? Heavens, who told you that? The love-struck fool told me. He said that you're always trying to take advantage of Elder Mulan. He said that he wanted to cut off all ties with you and that you've forgotten about your friends when you're with a woman. From my observations, he's quite reasonable. Pang Shi said, scratching his head. Reasonable? Reasonable, my ass. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. He gritted his teeth and said, Love-struck fool, I'm not done with you. Senior brother Lu Ming, why are you angry? What I said was quite effective. Many girls left with a sad face, saying that they won't bother you anymore. Pang Shi continued. Lu Ming almost vomited blood. He had been careless in making friends. How was he going to face Mulan if this news reached her? Mulan wouldn't misunderstand, right? At this moment, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly and cry without tears. Looking at Lu Ming's expression, Pang Shi asked with concern, Senior brother Lu Ming, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Could he have been injured in yesterday's battle? No, I just want some peace and quiet. Lu Ming looked very tired. Oh, okay. I won't disturb you then. Pang Shi said, then returned to his room. Lu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears. He wondered if he should look for Mulan to explain it to her. Forget it, I don't care anymore. But come to think of it, senior sister Mulan's beauty is on the level of a calamity. It's normal for me to have some thoughts about her, right? Hee hee. Lu Ming chuckled. He quickly adjusted himself and strolled outside. Lu Ming did not plan to cultivate for the next few days. He wanted to relax. It had been more than a year since he had obtained the Supreme Shrine and his bloodline had begun to be reborn. Lu Ming had been cultivating arduously every second of the day. He was too tensed up. Going too far was as bad as falling short. It was time for him to relax for a few days. Chapter 144. Chapter 144 True or False. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming could rest whenever he wanted or go out for a walk whenever he wanted. He strolled around the various scenic spots on Vermilion Bird Peak. He would only take 2 hours a day to cultivate the true war dragon technique and temper his true qi. After 7 days of rest, Lu Ming was full of energy. He emptied his mind and body, casting all negative emotions, stress, and worries aside. Senior brother Lu Ming, do you want to attend the class? There will be an elder giving a lecture on the basic knowledge of alchemy today. Pang Shi asked Lu Ming in the courtyard. Basic knowledge of alchemy? Lu Ming revealed an interested look. Even if a martial artist was not an alchemist and did not know how to refine pills, it would still be of great help to him if he could understand some basic medicinal knowledge. For example, it would be awkward if you encountered a precious spirit herb in the wild but didn't recognize it. In addition, there were some spiritual herbs that needed to be picked carefully. If you picked them randomly, you would lose their medicinal properties. On the other hand, the true war dragon technique that Lu Ming cultivated often required many ingredients to be mixed together. Although there was a secret recipe in the true war dragon technique, it would be much easier to concoct it if one knew some medicinal knowledge. Lu Ming had long wanted to learn some basic medicinal knowledge. Let's go together. Lu Ming smiled and walked out with Pang Shi. It was still the square where he had attended the last class. At this time, there were already hundreds of people here. It's senior brother Lu Ming. Hello, senior brother Lu Ming. Those who came to listen to the basic pharmacology course were all new disciples. They greeted Lu Ming respectfully when they saw him. Now, Lu Ming was their idol. He was in the same batch as them, but his achievements were worlds apart. Many of them had yet to break through to the martial master realm. There were even many young female disciples who would glance at Lu Ming with their big, watery eyes from time to time. Lu Ming touched his nose and pretended not to know. How come it's Elder Mulan? Beside him, Pang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He lifted his head and saw a figure slowly walking toward him from the square. It was Mulan. Mulan's gaze swept across the entire scene. When she saw Lu Ming, she was slightly stunned. Her eyes flickered for a moment before she returned to normal and said, "Today, I'll teach you some basic knowledge of alchemy. Most of you may not be able to become alchemists, but it's good to know more. Now, I'll start with the basic preparation and identification of medicinal herbs." Then, Mulan went on and on, talking about some basic knowledge of alchemy. Lu Ming listened attentively. Mulan's lecture went on for a few hours. Lu Ming was mesmerized and felt that he had learned a lot. Could it be that senior sister Mulan is also an inscriber? Lu Ming pondered. Alright, that's all for today. You can go back, Mulan announced. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and her eyes flickered. Lu Ming, you stay. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The others cast their gazes on Lu Ming. Then, they thought of the rumors they had heard recently. Elder Mulan asked Lu Ming to stay behind again. Could it be that the rumors I heard are true? No way. Lu Ming really likes Elder Mulan. That's normal. Any man would like it. I like it too. Instantly, the entire place broke out into a wave of whispers. Still not retreating. Mulan frowned and shouted. The others were shocked and quickly left. Senior brother Lu Ming, good luck. Before Pang Shi left, he even gave Lu Ming an encouraging look. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched and he was speechless. Soon, only Lu Ming and Mulan were left in the square. Cough, cough. Lu Ming, I heard that you defeated a genius from Qilin Hall in 3 moves. That's beyond my expectations, Mulan coughed dryly. Thank you for your praise, senior sister Mulan. I was just lucky. Lu Ming said politely. But I have to tell you that the divine wilderness continent is vast and boundless. There are countless empires. The Blazing Sun Empire is just a drop in the ocean in front of the entire divine wilderness continent. Naturally, there are countless geniuses. Although you have made some achievements now, compared to those true monsters, there is still a huge gap. That's why you can't slack off. At your age, you have to focus on cultivation. You can't think about anything else. Mulan warned him seriously. They're here. Lu Ming knew that Mulan had finally reached the main point. I've been working hard on my cultivation. I wonder what other matters senior sister Mulan is referring to. Lu Ming asked despite knowing the answer. This. You don't know. Mulan's eyes flickered as she said. Of course I don't know. I've been in closed-door cultivation all this time, so I don't know what happened. Lu Ming continued to play dumb. That. This. Mulan's face was little red. Her beautiful eyes were misty. She hesitated for long time before she gritted her teeth and said, during this period of time, there have been rumors outside that you. The person you like is. It's me, is that true? Ah. There's such a thing. Lu Ming deliberately got a shock. He then held his chin with one hand and sized Mulan up. Mulan felt uneasy. She glared at him and said, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Senior sister Mulan, you're so devastatingly beautiful, which man wouldn't be moved by your beauty? Lu Ming did not answer the question. There was an inexplicable smile on his lips. Could it be that the rumors are true? Mulan's heart skipped a beat. Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled and slowly approached Mulan, his eyes looking straight into her eyes. Mulan's face was flushed red and her heart was beating like thunder. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears and she looked flustered. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly smiled and said, fake. With that, Lu Ming turned around and left while laughing, leaving Mulan with a dazed expression. After a long while, Mulan's clenched teeth and shouted, Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who had already walked far away, suddenly shivered inexplicably. Did you play it just now? Lu Ming muttered. However, at the thought of Mulan's embarrassed look just now, he was in a good mood and a smile appeared on his face. Senior brother Lu Ming, did you succeed? A figure suddenly jumped out from a pile of grass at the side. Lu Ming was shocked. Nest, big rock, what are you hiding here for? Lu Ming was speechless when he saw that it was Pang Shi. Of course, I'm waiting for your good news, senior brother Lu Ming. I saw senior brother Lu Ming smiling foolishly the entire way. Did you succeed in your confession? Pang Shi's eyes glowed. What confession? Big rock, don't talk nonsense. I think you've been led astray by that boy-crazy guy. Lu Ming's face darkened. Isn't that the case? Pang Shi scratched his head. Of course not. Big rock, I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense when you go out. Also, don't listen to the nonsense of that love-struck fool. Lu Ming reminded him solemnly and seriously. Chapter 145, Another Year's Assessment Day. Pang Shi nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Lu Ming shook his head, expressing his speechlessness. Not long after, the two of them returned to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming started to cultivate diligently again. After 7 days of relaxation, Lu Ming was full of energy and his mind was empty. He was more comfortable in cultivating martial arts techniques. 3 days later, he made another breakthrough in his Midair steps and reached the 3rd level. The 3rd stage of a black-grade high-level martial arts technique was already equivalent to the 6th stage of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique. At this stage of the air walk, Lu Ming could walk on the snow without leaving a trace and walk on the tips of grass. This was the real verdure glider. If he continued to break through, he would have no problem walking on water. Since he had already cultivated the air walk to this stage, Lu Ming spent more time on the true war dragon technique and the flaming metal technique. The cultivation of the physical body was indeed very slow. After a few months of cultivation, Lu Ming's physical body was still stuck at the lower tier of the 2nd stage. He was still a distance away from the upper tier of the 2nd stage. As for his cultivation, Lu Ming felt that he had already reached the peak of the martial master realm. He was very close to the martial grandmaster realm, only 1 step away. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need to stop and accumulate as he had cultivated the true war dragon technique and had already reached the 3rd stage. The density of his essential qi were 4 times that of ordinary essential qi. His accumulation was already strong enough. As long as he cultivated it to perfection, he would naturally be able to break through. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. The Mystical Sword sect once again welcomed its annual recruitment day. It had been a year since Lu Ming joined the Mystical Sword sect. These few days, Xianjian City had been extremely lively. There were young men and women full of vitality everywhere. On the day of the assessment, there was a long queue in front of the mountain gate of the Mystical Sword sect. Lu Ming walked casually and came to a square near the front mountain. Those who passed the assessment would have to come here to choose which compound to join. Come. I've joined the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Hall is the oldest of the 4 great halls. They've come to the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall is the strongest of the 4 halls. The disciples of the 4 halls were shouting. On the square, the new disciples who had passed the test gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to discuss. Let's join the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall is the strongest of the 4 halls. You'll have a brighter future if you join the White Tiger Hall. What do you know? Don't you know that there's a bronze ranking among the bronze disciples of the 4 halls? I've heard that the White Tiger Hall's disciples aren't even in the 1st and 2nd place of the bronze ranking. I've heard about that too. It's said that the 1st place on the bronze list is Lu Ming from the Vermilion Bird Hall. He just joined last year and rushed to the 1st place on the bronze list as soon as he joined. It's said that not long ago, he even defeated a disciple from the Qilin Hall who has a special bloodline. What? That's amazing, how did you know? My big brother is a Silavira ranked disciple, of course he told me. Let's join the Vermilion Bird Hall then. Alright. A few youths discussed for a while before walking towards the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Let's go. I want to join the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming is my idol and my goal. I must win the title of Best Newcomer this year. On the other side, a few people were also walking over. One of them was a young man with a heroic spirit. Chasing after Lu Ming. You're thinking too much. How can ordinary people catch up to that kind of person? The other youth said disdainfully. The few of them quarreled and went to the Vermilion Bird Hall to register. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciple in charge of registration could not stop smiling. The disciples from the other courtyards were extremely envious. Lu Ming smiled. He did not expect that he would be so famous now. Even many teenagers who had not entered the sect had heard of his name. Furthermore, it had also helped the Vermilion Bird Hall's recruitment drive, which was something he had not expected. After that, Lu Ming did not stop and walked toward the Vermilion Bird Hall. Junior brother Lu Ming. A Vermilion Bird Hall disciple in charge of registration saw Lu Ming and greeted him with a smile. All of a sudden, the disciples who had just joined the sect fixed their gazes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Could he be Lu Ming? So young. He's about the same as us. Nonsense. Lu Ming was a disciple who joined last year. Of course, he's about the same age as us. He's Lu Ming. He's so handsome. The new disciples, both male and female, looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and nodded at the senior disciple. Then, he headed to the Vermilion Bird Hall. It's time to break through to the Great Martial Master realm. Lu Ming muttered. The main reason he came out today was to relax and adjust his state. He was going to break through to the Great Martial Master realm. He wasn't the first one to make a breakthrough on the bronze list. Half a month ago, he had heard that Zhang Muyun had broken through to the Martial Grandmaster realm. He believed that many geniuses who had been on the bronze rank for 1 or 2 years would choose to break through. Lu Ming did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he headed to the higher part of the Vermilion Bird Peak. The place he was going to was called the Clam Cave. It was a rather famous cultivation place in the Vermilion Bird Hall. Legend had it that this place once had a real phoenix's dwelling, so it was called the Phoenix Cave. Of course, this was only a legend. Not many people believed it. A true Ho was an immemorial divine beast. It had long since disappeared from the world. Some people speculated that in the distant past, there might have been a supreme flying demon dwelling there. Because the spiritual energy in the Clam Cave was extremely rich, and it was inclined to the fire attribute, which was very suitable for a breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, if a Vermilion Bird Hall disciple wanted to enter the Chi-Chi Cave to cultivate, they would need to pay contribution points. Furthermore, they could not enter just because they had contribution points. The number of places was extremely limited, and there was a fixed number of people every month. However, Lu Ming did not need any contribution points. This was the reward given to him by the Vermilion Bird Hall when he won first place in the competition between the 4 courtyards. He could enter the Clam Cave to cultivate for a month without any contribution points. The journey was smooth and without any obstacles. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Clam Cave. The entrance of the Kun Cave was sealed by a stone door. In front of the door, there was an old man guarding it. The old man's eyes were closed and he was motionless. Stop, the Clam Cave is an important place in the Vermilion Bird Hall. No one is allowed to enter. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. Lu Ming seemed to see 2 sword lights shooting out. An aura as strong as a mountain was exuded from the old man's body. An expert. He is definitely a martial arts grandmaster level expert. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This junior went to the Chi-Chi Cave to cultivate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Cultivated? If I'm not mistaken, there's no quota for this month. The old man said. I'm Lu Ming. Dean Yen said that I can come anytime. Lu Ming took out his identity jade card and passed it to the elder. You are Lu Ming. The old man's eyes brightened. He picked up the identity jade card and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face as he said, That's right. You can enter at any time. The time limit is 1 month. Go in. The old man returned the identity jade card to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, the stone door of the Wan Chi Cave opened. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and strode in. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.